Okay, let's get into this. All right, so before we start on some Rise to Ruins today, as I've planned at least, I have some things I need to finish off in Loop Hero. So instead of just doing that off stream, I thought, might as well make a small setup for so that we can do that in the future as well. Why not? But let me just get the categories and everything correct on Twitch, which again today it doesn't like it when I switch it out immediately like this. And that is a bit annoying. Will you let me do it now? Okay, I think we're good. Or so I thought. But anyways, today is I believe Tuesday. Yes, it's a Tuesday today. And given how I'm getting my second COVID shot on the 26th, today is the 24th, by the way, I don't want to risk not being able to stream in the weekend and then have too much time go or pass before I get to stream again. So therefore, we'll be doing some streams today and tomorrow. And I originally wanted to stream much early today, but my sleep schedule has just been like screwing me over. So it is what it is, you know. Had some trouble sleeping, and even though I set an alarm, I woke up 3 hours later than I had planned for. But maybe that's for the better. Hey, come on. Thank you, Twitch. Maybe I should just figure out how to do it through commands in the future. Maybe that's more convenient. I can see that the go live notification is also not right, so let's just fix that. Because it's an important question today, actually. Should all video games have an easy mode? Something that I'm very curious to see if anyone popping in will like to debate, I guess. Just a friendly little discussion and debate, hopefully. At least that's the general intention with it. So let me just close a window before we get any further, though. Though technically it is a door, but it's like a French balcony, at least as far as I know they're called that over here. I don't know if that's actually any different in other places of the world, but it's basically like a large glass door that opens straight out into like the open, and the only thing that keeps you from falling down is like a small metal railing in front of that. So let's get the master volume on this sucker down. Just because the music is pretty kick-ass in this game. At least if you're into like that kind of style music. Oh, you can even make it look old school too. I don't know if that pops in through the stream, but I can check that back later. The fonts go a little bit wonky whenever I go off screen like this, but hopefully it's gonna be fine. Let's also fire up Stream Raiders, shall we? Just so that I don't forget, because I have a tendency to forget that when I start streaming. Usually because, you know, it's more for you viewers that I do Stream Raiders than for myself, so if there's no viewers around to remind me, then I sometimes forget. Okay, and we are on a brand new map, actually. Let's just quickly go over there. See, Stream Raiders. There we go. Yes. Quests. What do we have here? I never get to do these quests. Like, if I complete quests, it's coincidental, not intentional. That's at least been my experience so far. Like, these ends in 2 days and 24 hours. Place 5 Templars. I'll never do that if I don't check these quests, right? Actually, let's get some scrolls. Because I've been trying to sort of finally get rid of all the gold that I've been accumulating, so that I can help you guys out a little bit more, especially when we're not that many people sometimes. So what would be the most appropriate route? The middle one would be completely random. The top one would lead directly to random as well. So it's either... Now, there's no skin chest on this map. There is a green loyalty chest one, and then there's a loyalty gold chest. Gain more gold, viewers unlock more loyalty chest rewards if they win more battles with you. Gain extra tokens. I assume people are more interested in tokens than gold, but I could be wrong. Okay, and that was just, that was not directed at chat, that was just like me thinking aloud. I think this connects up, so we could go up and then down. It doesn't really seem like it. Well, the thing is, if we take the... Yeah, it doesn't really matter because this one... Okay, so we can take the easiest map. That's the only difference. Let's just take the easier one then. Because there's... I don't know if there's any reason to do anything else. Well, now that I know that I have to place down Templars... yeah, it's like... They are legendary though, so the cooldown on these suckers is like really, really long too. But we'll give it a go. And again, no one's ever informed me on this, but I do hope that the vibes do help you guys with quest progression. Otherwise, do let me know if you ever need any, if it could help getting any of these other like assignments done for you guys, and then I will put them down for you. But do tell me in advance, you know, when I set these things up, because I'm not gonna do it like now when we switch back to Loop Hero. Let me just make sure that everything there is okay. Yes. Okay. Well then, so let's get into Loop Hero. And I'm in the middle of a game here because I was playing and then I was like looking at the time and shit, I needed to make dinner. So pardon me if this may seem confusing to anyone who's never played it before. And now I just need to remember what I was doing again. Oh yeah, I was dying, that's what it was. I was dying pretty horribly. Oh shit. Okay, that might actually be it for this run already. Well, already for you, but... Oof. Should I put down a village in the hopes that I'll heal up and get enough hit points just to survive for one round? Okay. Oof. Putting like a run aside, eating dinner and then coming back to it is definitely dangerous. Let's put the spider's nest down even though I don't know if it's even gonna matter. It gave me some more hit points, but and your current hit points is pretty low, you're probably not going to be doing too well. I could get some regeneration, but right now I'm kind of going for evasion to try and sort of prevent taking damage. Since the only thing that really helps me is the fact that I have pretty good attack speed. And then hoping to take out all the enemies before they like bash through my shield. Fortunately, these guys, as far as I've been able to tell, can only counter-attack, so it's an automatic win, it's just a matter of time. Since they'll never attack the Necromancer. There are different classes in this game too if you've never played it before. But it's a pretty cool game. It's a roguelite where the sort of overall premise is that you walk around this looped path from a camp, which is in this case situated here, like it's randomly generated the path every time. And then enemies will spawn along the path at random, these slimes to begin with, which one here. And those will sort of turn into fights whenever you go into them. And every time you beat an enemy, you get a reward of some kind. Like I just got a mountain card. And now I got a forest card. And then you can use these to put down tiles on the map, which does a couple of things. Like one is that you gain some resources that sort of is part of that roguelite element where if you die, you lose a good amount of these unless, you know, other sort of factors kick in. But like putting down tiles into specific situations can also trigger effects. So for instance, if you put a forest next to a meadow, it turns into a blooming meadow, and all these tiles have different stats. Like the forest, which I recently unlocked, increases your attack speed. Meadows improves like how much healing you get on a daily basis. There's all kinds of stuff. But the general gist is that you sort of put down your own challenges and try and balance that with how well you can do. And you can only return to camp every time you get backed. Like you can only retreat safely with all the resources whenever you return back to camp like this. And now I have to make an assessment on whether or not I think I'm strong enough to do another loop, because every time you complete a loop, the enemy level increases by 1. So considering I barely made through it, I don't know if I should continue. Because that's the thing, like I just got like a fairly decent ring, but I don't know if switching it out for evasion would be any better. Because attack speed for the necromancer means that he summons enemies more frequently, but if or units more frequently, but if those skeletons are not strong enough, then it won't matter. And I might have fucked myself on the last couple of like setting up the different tiles, because you also put down buildings that spawn in enemies when like a certain amount of time has passed, and there's like a daily cycle and all kinds of stuff. So maybe we should just retreat for now, keep it simple. And every time you return from like a run, this is your village where you also get to put down buildings in the form of tiles that do all kinds of things. Revive the hero. Okay, so that's only if I upgrade it. I might actually do that. But what's the alternative? Oh, that's just a house. So all these different buildings also unlock things gradually and provide you with certain benefits. So what does upgrading this do? Oh, allows more furniture. Oh, and they can attack for longer range. Okay, that's pretty cool. I wonder how highly those can be upgraded. But that's probably just confusing for you if you've never played the game before, so let's not worry about that for the time being. Ooh, or I can also build a war camp now. What did this do? Increase the hero's strength by 4%. Unlocks the outpost card. So certain buildings in here are fairly unique, and whenever you build them, it unlocks completely new features in the game. Wait, you can put down more forests? Why would you do that though? But yeah, as you can see, it's like Apart from the forest, all the other buildings have mostly just been able to be placed as a continuation of another one, so... Beg your pardon, sir. Could you please take a step towards the training square? A bit closer, if you would. Great. Thank you, good sir. Now, get in line, rookie. I'll teach you how to fight properly, you wimp. I'll work you to the ground. Tear out your soul to make space for the muscle if need be. Jeez. Some might call it torture, but I call it efficient education. Okay. I even got an achievement for that. But yeah, so this increases my strength. Unlocks the outpost card, and then upgrading it improves the strength even further. Okay, nice. We'll look at that card later, because that's how you unlock more, like, playstyle varieties, I guess you would say. Now, though, these are, like, also items that you can equip, so to speak, like artifacts or whatever you want to call them that you can find, and are randomly generated. But there's only so many you can equip at any point in time. And the amount you can equip depends on how many houses you have for the refugees, like, all accumulating here. And they're pretty expensive to upgrade, so... Definitely think I want to save up some... Okay, that was expensive if I were to upgrade that, holy shit. But that is a really nice upgrade, being automatically revived, and it does also improve... Give me an item slot. Hard to tell which one though. I think it would be this one, which, as you could tell, seems a bit hard to acquire. Let's go on another expedition. Check out that outpost card I just unlocked. Soldiers from this outpost are always glad to help a traveler, not for free though. Okay, that's a guard on your side to battles on adjacent tiles. As payment for his work, the outpost will take away all yellow and orange items dropped on in the battle. Oh, fuck that. Why would you ever want that? Because getting yellow and orange items, at least so far, seem to be always the main issue of trying to progress far. That you don't get those high rarity items as much as you probably want and need them to. Oh well. But let's just contemplate for a second. I don't think I want to change my loadout at all. I really like this bookery that I tried out recently in this last run, so... yeah, let's just do this one. They're like multiple different acts and or chapters, they're called, I guess, and they increase the difficulty that you'll be facing in terms of the stats of the enemies. And I don't think there's more than 3 classes. I haven't noticed that there should be any others. No, there has to be. There has to be other classes than this. Either that, because as you can see here on the right hand side, it shows you the item equip slots that they have, and it varies from character to character. And the only other way to get those 2 top ones would be through like a very specific card that increases how many artifacts you can have, but also lowers the overall quality of everything that drops. So let's start a brand new one at least. And I always start with this golden card ever since I unlocked it, so... might as well try and put it to some good effect. I think I won't put it there. And it's an auto battler, so you can't really affect the outcomes of the fights other than what you equip onto your like character and what cards you put down. So it's definitely like a weapon, or sorry, item management game. As much as a deck building game, as much as a roguelite, as much as a, I don't know, strategy game. Because putting down the tiles can also comes down to a lot of strategy. Because like whatever you put down early on will be there for the rest of the session. So like for instance this grow here, it'll spawn rat walls every 2 days. The days being the progress bar on the top left here. And they can move to adjacent tiles. So if I put this here for instance, every two times this bar has progressed fully up, a rat wolf will spawn. And then they can also move to adjacent tiles. So those 3 tiles can essentially have that type of enemy move into them. Now there are limits on how many enemies you can have on every tile, but I digress. I guess I want to put the cemetery around the campsite to make use of the watchtower I have at home. Because that one gives you like an archer that helps you take out enemies as long as it's around the campsite on the map. And let's do a village up here. Villagers are pretty cool. They heal you whenever you go through them, and then they generate a quest. And what that means by quest is that a enemy will spawn that has a quest objective, and taking out that enemy will reward you with a quest reward whenever you return to the village, and subsequently, you know, give you a new quest. The chrono crystals, they double the effect of a day's passing on tiles around them, so for instance, I don't think it affects the growth because that only happens every 2 days. Unless like that day's path, like every second day it generates 2 rat wolves. I haven't actually paid attention. But I do know that it affects the meadows to generate twice as many, like improve your HP per day by twice as much. So basically you can put a meadow next to something else to make it into a blooming meadow that makes it heal 3 HP at the start of each day, and then putting a chrono crystal in their vicinity as well will double that effect. So even putting a meadow down here, even though it only produces 2 at the moment until I put something next to it, that is actually doubled, which would be more than if I put it up against like that crypt I have down here sort of hidden. We'll use a spider nest to improve that as well. And now we're getting these thickets, which are pretty cool. Because they improve your attack speed. And up until very recently, there was not many ways to getting an attack speed in like a good way. And the bookery is very peculiar. Every time I pass next to one of these tiles around it, I guess it switches out 3 random cards with a new one. And that's for every time that I pass by, so... Oh, I totally botched those placements too. Those were supposed to be meadows. Oh well. Rip. Guess we can put some meadows over here though. Because they were supposed to be meadows and then have the thickets behind them. Oh well. But you can use this switching out or randomization of your cards in order to try and get a better variant of them. Like for instance, these rocks and mountains both increase your hit points, but they work in different ways. The mountains have like an increased effect, except they only give you hit points for each adjacent mountain, so not including itself. Whereas the rocks, they give for themselves as well. And then an additional 3 for every adjacent rock or mountain. So if you have 2 of these mountains next to each other, then that's 12 hit points. And I guess technically if you have 2 rocks next to each other in this case, it would also be 12 hit points. But the mountains tend to be better in the long run at least. But I don't really need hit points at the moment, so we're just going to switch those out. And I actually have like a better book, so let's put that in there instead. think I'm gonna put down this thicket over here because attack speed is really important as a necromancer. And I'll just keep the rest of the free cards until we've taken out these enemies. Yeah. This Regan might be nice at the moment, but we're only on the second loop here, so it's not that big of a deal. The question is, do I want more enemies to spawn in, or do I want to improve my stats, or do I want more quests? There's benefits to different things, of course. Like if you don't have enough enemies to take out, you don't improve your gear enough by the time you've made a full loop, and then it's just going to become really, really hard. Yeah, let's put down one of these here. And then shuffle the rest. Okay, so we got a treasury. Those are also kind of cool. And I want to put that down over here. And then start building a mountain. We'll also put down the hit point regeneration thing here. So that whenever I get another chrono crystal, I can put it up there and then gain twice the effect. And then you'll see that Archer we got to help us take out that skeleton. Right, so we have a forest here, right? A forest card, which is a good card, but they only generate 1% attack speed as opposed to the thickets that do twice that. So it might be better to not use it and swap it into something else at the bookery, hoping for an upgraded version, because, you know, a card is a card in terms of getting consumed, but might want to get like the better versions. Question is, do we want a spider's den somewhere? Those are also pretty handy. Could put down one here. Don't want to put it down there because then those skeleton archers are just going to screw me over later. Could also put it down up here to try and get like a large stack of... Oh, I should actually put it down near the bookery. Oh well. I'm still getting used to the bookery because as soon as it's 20 card replacements, if you will, are consumed, the bookery becomes like emptied and starts spawning in a enchanted book or whatever it was called again on each tile around the old bookery in the 3x3 area, meaning that every single fight on any of those tiles will automatically have a book attached to it to go with it, and as a result make those fights a lot harder. However, those books are really fucking cool though. Now let's just get that progress. Can always decide not to put down cars until we're like another full circle around, I guess. But yeah, whenever you take out one of those enchanted books, you get like a lot of cards, so that's what I tried out on the previous run for the first time and figured that out. So, and that's really strong because even fighting a single enemy like a slime or something will reward you automatically with a ton of books if you once you take out that, or yeah, cards whenever you take out that book. So let's actually get that one swapped out. It's a nice ring. So yeah, we're like jumping from level 1 items to level 4 items because not a lot of items, enemies were spawning in on the first couple of loops that dropped good items. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier, that you kind of want to try and get like as many enemies to spawn within like a certain degree. These guys are really nasty though, because these bandits have a 5% chance to destroy our hero's item when attacking. And I've had them destroy items that are equipped too, which kind of suck. So imagine you like just equipped a really good item and then it immediately get fuck, there went our book persons. As you can see, it happens in the fight too, so if I don't instantly swap it out with a replacement, then we're gonna be like screwed. I really want to get rid of those bandits for sure. And it's also really unfortunate that the quest generated for that bandit, which is why it was so tough to take out, because it basically gains like a lot of additional hit points as a result. But I think we're okay. We lost our like our book, but we did have like a replacement at least, so it's no biggie. We also get these traits here whenever we get enough experience. Let's see, what can we choose? We can either get a lot of XP each time I put down a map tile. I don't know if that's worth it. Top one's definitely not worth it. Let's try and go for the shield, because enemy levels increase pretty rapidly if you're not spawning in a lot of them. So if you're like progressing through the loops fairly quickly, you don't get a lot of enemies, and as a result, because time also passes while you're in fight, so by having larger, more longer lasting fights, you give the rest of the sort of spawning areas more time to generate enemies for you, which can actually be a benefit if you're like, since it gives more enemies that drop cards and items and everything. So do we want to use this one instead of one of the others? That's a pretty good amount of evasion skeletal level. Screw it, we'll do it. And that's another thing, like card synergy or tile synergy is very important in this game. And we got another cookery. Last time, like before when I started the stream, that round, I don't think I ever got around to actually using 2 bookeries for anything. Because the thing is, you have to consider is that in order for it to be converted, you need to remove all those 20 card replacement thingies by converting cards. And in order to do so, you need to first pass by a card, but in order for the bookery to have any effect after it's been placed, it needs to be in a location where enemies are also spawning in for you to actually, well, make a use out of that AoE effect. I think I want to add in another graveyard over here. I really want to make use of these mountains. And as long as we have 3 cards, it's not a problem, because it can only convert up to 3. Ooh, this is exactly what I needed. An Oblivion card, it can destroy a tile or any units generated onto a tile, so I can get rid of that building that was spawning the bandits. And that makes me a very happy dragon. I do want to make use of these thickets though. Okay. So this eye in the top here, whenever it's closed, it basically means, like, it's me pressing the space bar and going between adventure and planning mode. And as long as it's closed, whenever you finish a fight, it'll automatically pause. It'll also pause while you're looking at items to give you time to look at things. I do want this one here, I think. If anything, then at least for the sake of improving my health regeneration. Which is 53 at the moment. Another Oblivion card. I don't think there's anything I want to use it on. And it's important to consider that now, because when I get around to that edge, that bookery is gonna be toast. Okay. So these treasuries, every time you place a tile around that free area around it, it will generate a random resource for you. Those resources are, by the way, what's used back home in order to upgrade and build buildings. So I would consider them to be very important. Okay, let's put down this spider's nest here just so that we make use of that bookery. But we're definitely gonna do a loop more. I do hope that we get some really good items though, because if not, it might be a bit of a dangerous thing to do still. Okay. That turns it into an abandoned bookery and adds those tomes. Okay, that's what they're just called. Tomes to nearby tiles. We could technically add one up here as well. I don't know if we'll get around to, because the thing we have to consider is that, yes, if we have free cards, that would be like 9 of the consumed things, or things being consumed, but we do have to consider the fact that it takes like at least 3 loops to do that as well. Yeah, sorry, my brain was trying to process like what I was trying to say. Okay, but we have a little bit of Stream Raiders. Oh, we actually have some units in it. Hey boy, good to see you back. Getting ready to wreck some toads. Well, since we're this close to these suckers, I'll put down a buff for us. I think we'll be doing fine though. It's always a little bit sketch when it's like few units against few units, but you seem to have some pretty good ones there, so I'm pretty confident when you're around. I guess that part that did tell me the quest, but I just never pay attention to it. And of course, as I expected, you would be the one getting the 15 gold coins. As it is rightly deserved. Okay. But now, of course, the Templar is on cooldown, so... Oh shit, that's a lot of ants. What? We didn't have that many units the last fight. How the fuck does the game... Okay. Well, I'll try and put down a healer and see if that can do the trick for us. Actually, let's maybe consider putting it down all the way up here. As far away from all the ants as possible. And then hope for the best. And we'll check back on that later. Just making sure that Loop Hero works as intended good. In terms of streaming at least. Because I can't play it in window mode unless I do some funky Steam related things. The benefit of that is that when switching to Stream Raiders, the music from this game and sounds doesn't like, you know, play on top of everything else, but I digress. Ooh. Oh, we got a miner's pick. What does that do? 1 more preserved pebble while passing through the campfire tile. Okay, I mean, it's something. It's definitely something. I'm contemplating where I want to put down this one. I'm thinking putting it down here. Because the important thing to note here is that the AoE effect has to cover the tiles on which things spawn, as far as I've figured out. Because it says doubles the effect of a day's passing on the tiles around it. So since it affects the tiles on them and the enemies spawn onto specific tiles, I assume that for the spiders, for instance, it's not the actual spider lair that needs to be covered, but the actual tiles on which they spawn. Since, and this, what do you call it? These wasteland tiles have that 5% chance of spawning a slime once a day, so assume that that means that it doubles that effect as well. I don't know, but that's just a guess. Having these graveyards around the campsite is definitely a good idea. Maybe I should start putting more like condensed units around here instead. I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to remember this because every time we pass through the campsite now we get these swapped out. I do really want some more pickets. Okay, and we got a village? Question mark? Those are pretty cool. Those are the ones that spawn these wooden enemies. And they're really handy for the necromancer because he basically never has to worry about getting killed by them at all, since they only counterattack. They never attack directly. Okay, let's just put down this because I want to get that mountain built. Putting down 3x3 of rocks or mountain tiles creates a mountain peak. I only have one of these on the map, but they're pretty cool. They give a pretty hefty bonus extra to your hit points pool. Like this one at the moment says 135 max HP, then plus 6 max HP for every adjacent mountain or rock tile. It does also spawn harpies every 2 days, so that gives you more enemies to gain rewards from. And let's actually put these down here. I should probably have waited, whatever. Okay, because I really wanted to open up this treasury, which gives you, I think it always gives you 2 cards, but definitely always at least does give you some cards, and then it also tends to give you some items. And I was really hoping for some good items. Oh, is it worth getting this book over the other one? Because the level will be lower, but the summon quality will be higher. The summon quality makes you spawn in, well, better undeads, as the thing implies. Do I even want this one? I mean, attack speed is all nice and good, but if your skeletons are crap, then it doesn't really help you. Nah. Ooh, we got a mountain. Nice. We even got another town. Village. And I think this one should probably be put somewhere else in the map, but where? Let's put it here. Of course that would spawn a bandit. Every 2 villages you put down spawns in a bandit camp. Every X amount of rocks you put down spawns a goblin camp too. Yeah. I'm passing through the villages because they heal you, and I have them so early. It's like pretty good if you're going around and you're very low on hit points, but I'm contemplating if it's even worth it. The other good thing is that you gain another 3 sets of like item rewards that get handed out to you. Is this item actually... Wait, this is the exact same as on the right hand side, it's just better. Didn't even notice that. Oh well. Still haven't gotten a good amulet, so the only thing that does at the moment is it gives me energy shield. But the good thing is that the energy shield regenerates between every single fight, so all the damage it sustains doesn't matter. And if it makes me, it's usually, from what I can tell, it's sort of supposed to be used in order to spawn in some undeads while you're getting pummeled. And then once you have your skeletons in, they sort of should take aggro off of the enemies. Okay, so we got 2 spiders cocoons in a mountain that are interesting. Do I want to put down? No, I don't. See, that's the thing. I can put down some more enemies in order to get more cards later on down here, but I don't know if it's a good idea or not. Okay, I should definitely put a cocoon here because otherwise I'll be dependent on slime spawning. But over here it's a bit of a different story because the groves, red walls can move between tiles. And as a result it's a little bit more iffy when it comes to like units. Can move in both directions though. There is a goblin camp, however. I think I would rather have like another go at trying to get a better card. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter now because now I have more than enough variation. Because I don't want the good cards to be converted to another equally good card. That would be a waste. So we definitely need to put some things down, but where? Because I don't want to put them over here at the cemeteries where the skellies are spawning. Unless I put it here. That could work. It's a lot of cocoons. Yes, it is. I also do like, have you played this before, boy? Then do I want to do something with the grove? No, it does look very nice. It is a very nice game indeed. It's got like a pretty cool, let's say, story that explains the circumstances for the game, which is, you know, I'm in the middle of like a run, like playing the game, so I've already like been introduced to some of it, but it's just vague enough and while also being explained to a degree that you kind of can figure out what's going on. But it's still like very interesting story. Let's put it that way. Can't quite put my finger on it. Another one there. Got some random cards. Oh, I actually managed to get the random cards and pause before the fight. Okay. Do I want to put down a cemetery? Not really. I don't really need more enemies. Oh, and we got another trait. We could get a full hand of Oblivion cards, but I don't know if that's what we should be doing. Alternatively, 5% chance to spawn a chest. Or the first 2 skeleton summons in a day, which is every time the bar fills up, you have 2 summons. Those will be strengthened. I kind of want to do the Oblivion cards thing, actually. Every time we use these, we also gain hit points now, moving forward. But what I want to use them for is clean out these freaking camps and stuff. But obviously as soon as we... No, wait, we don't, because this one's already emptied, so that one doesn't even matter. Oh, now we just have a handful of Oblivion cards. It's no biggie. Single goblin managed to survive the purge. Hello. Summon quality. Would bump up the summon quality by quite a bit. But our shield would also tank as a result. Let's try. Might have been a bad decision. It's like, you can't go back and you don't know until you try, so... Bye bye bandits, yes. They went the way of the dodo. Speaking of which, I watched like an Atlas Pro video on YouTube about the dodo yesterday. It was pretty insightful. And here's those tomes. When they spawn in, they give 25 magic shield to itself and all the allies. And they also have like their own magic shield, right? So they can make they are like a force multiplier, so they make the fights much more difficult to do, especially when there's a lot of enemies. So gotta be careful with putting a bookery around otherwise also strong enemies, because that might kind of screw you over big time. This is oddly captivating. Alright, Farm Creek. In what sense? Like the game? What do we want to put? I really want to put down these chrono crystals. Yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it? The art style is also, you know, pretty old school. You want to see something really, really, really old school. You can actually put a CRT shader on this thing. Welcome to the fucking 80s, I guess. I don't think I'll be able to continue playing with this on, but it's just wanted to show that off. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not an idle game. This is a roguelite, actually. A very session-based roguelite. Didn't notice the thing. It might be the stream quality. It sort of curves in the outer edges of the screen, and it puts a like some horizontal scan line kind of effect over the whole thing. But it might be impossible to see the scan lines, at least due to stream compression and stuff. Oh yeah, also we can only have so many cards, so by the time that if we have too many cards and the cards on the left hand side, they sort of just get nuked. Those do also actually give you resources which can be used back at camp. So we got another of these treasuries, but where do I want to put them now? I don't even know if we'll get to use them because the enemies are kind of kicking my ass, but it's probably just, it's mainly just this bookery down there. So we can like, oh, actually I should put those up here. So if I can get around that by getting better gear and such, by the next time we get a loop around, then it should be fine. And if at some point we get to a stage where it's like, I want a breathing room right here, for instance, if I put a village down, then enemies will not spawn into that tile, unless they're bandits, of course. And it also nukes whatever enemies are on the tile coincidentally, while also allowing us to get a little bit of health when we pass through it. So sure don't miss those screens, the scan lines are there. Okay. Yeah, I've got a good friend of mine, he's got like some really cool stuff at his place. He's got a old school B&O, which is like a Danish company. I don't know how well known they are outside of my country, but he has basically like a very old school monitor, and he uses that for console games of the older generation. So whenever I go there, I sometimes feel like, I want to play Banjo-Kazooie on like a old ass monitor again. Except this is like a really high quality monitor, or TV I guess. It's not a monitor when we're speaking that old technology. And it's kind of a nice feeling to try and go back and like remember what it was like to play on those things. And it's got like this particular TV has like really good sound, so the bass on that just kicks through everything to the point that you could use it as like a music playing media device if you really wanted to. Ah, okay. I don't know then, but good to have another Danish person in here. I do get some people from Denmark pop in here on occasion, so it's nice to see some more from my own country. Do we want a grove somewhere? I don't think so, because this map is already looking pretty hacked in terms of enemies. I think I should definitely get some more health regeneration. Don't really have any good... Oh, there's that one place. Can you make a big forest like the mountain peak? Not that I'm aware of. I haven't tried, but I don't think so. Like the game doesn't tell you the thing about the mountain peak either, so unless you happen to stumble upon it or read up on it on the wiki, you're kind of like just left with figuring it out yourself by chance, which is okay. I like the discovery part of this game too, so it doesn't bother me. Where do we want this? Up here or down here? Because if I put it up here, I can only put like one meadow next to it. If I put it here, I can put at least two. Let's try that and see what happens. But I do know about some synergies that happen later on, and some synergies that I can't do because I don't have those cards in the deck currently. So that's another thing. I can show you the deck building once we're like through this run, I guess. What's my peak viewers? Oh. What would that be? I think that was 20 something viewers is the highest I've been up on. But that's a good while now. So it's like, are you familiar with RimWorld? Oh, we can actually use this item, I think. Gain some evasion instead of defense. Okay, you are familiar. So, as you might probably know, then RimWorld did get a 1.3 update and subsequent DLC very recently. And up until that, I was streaming a lot of RimWorld and getting like rated by other streamers who also, well, streaming RimWorld. But ever since 1.3 came out, I haven't really played a lot of RimWorld because of all the mods needing to update, and that's kind of got something to do with the fact that it screwed up a lot of mods, so it's just ended up taking way longer than I thought it would. So I've just been playing other things instead and stopped getting rated. So if that's like the main reason for why you have a lot of viewers, then it just ends up tanking drastically. Let's get rid of that one. But hopefully people will be back once start streaming RimWorld again. I am like preparing for it, but that shit takes time. So who knows when that will be. I did also have like a celebration stream when I reached 100 viewers that got like ridiculous amounts of views. I can't remember what the stats on it was, but it was so ridiculous. Like my views peak on Twitch at that point was, what was it? Or average, like on good streams was about 100 views. But then that one came out and I think it was like 2,000 views or something ridiculous. And the reason why is because of the content I was doing. I did a hot cup stream. At least Randy won't make things difficult here. You're right about that. Which definitely might be the case whenever I get back into my RimWorld streaming habit. But some of the mods are still not exactly up to date, which bums me out a little bit, so I'm a little unsure on how to deal with that, but I'm sure I'll figure something out. Where do we want to put these? Because I don't... Oh, we do have like one up there. Never mind. Just ignore whatever I just said. I am wondering though what's going to happen when we enter the campsite, because there's 2 bookeries that's connected to that. So is it going to do the same 3 cards at random, or is it going to do like 6 random cards, or is it going to do like 1 batch of 3 random cards and then the other second half? I wonder. Oh yeah, and some enemies, they also transform through fights based on conditions and what kind of stuff, which allows you to get more rewards, which is kind of cool. Ooh, skeleton level up. Question is, does that even matter? So I don't think whatever I do now should be to put down more units. That would probably be a death sentence. Okay, so just like that was like so hard to see what actually happened, but I think it just took 6 cards and randomized them. Another bookery, anyone? Get some more swapped cards. How much attack speed are we even up to? We're up to 46 attack speed. Jeez. What does the bar under the name? Ah, that's a very good question. This is the map completion. Whenever this bar is filled, the boss of the map spawns. And that's how you progress from one map to the next, so to speak. And every card that I put down has varying amounts of influence on how fast that boss sort of progresses. So if I put that... let's put that up here actually. You can see it flashed because it progressed a very small amount. Whereas if I put down the cemetery, it should progress much more than that. Actually, we can put it down here and that would be fine. There you go. And you effectively want to do that sooner rather than later. Oh nice, we got another one of those, a village. How do you even like comment on that? I don't really need more hit points at the moment. I would rather have better attack speed, so let's just move on and let's try and do another loop and let me immediately regret that. So this might end horribly. I should have, I believe, 1 resurrection I can do at least. But other than that, if the enemies end up being too much of a trouble, then you're screwed. So basically, you know, now the enemies are all level 6, and for reference, our skeleton level is 4.9, so definitely need like some better book, and we did maybe get something, but I don't know. Okay, just wanted to wait until that fight was over. Oof, okay, so 1 gives us evasion, and as you can see, it gives you that plus 0.27, which the other one also does. But as you notice, the baseline skeleton level is reduced. And that's a thing I've noticed, that the higher quality the item is, the lower the main stat is. So if we compare that to a basic white quality book thing, it produces way more skeleton level than this one up here, even with the added bonus that it provides. So we're actually losing 0.6 skeleton level, but gaining some quality, I guess. So the question is if that quality sort of is better than having higher level ones? I don't know. That's one of those questions that are borderline impossible to answer. Okay. So I'm just doing a quick scan because I do wanna... So if we put that up here, we can put down 3 meadows. Yeah, let's do that. So then if I put the thicket here, then all the meadows will be upgraded and put down, and then I think that's pretty much it. And it's not really a big issue that the skeletons die. You can also gain like max skeleton spawnable, like upgraded, but I don't think... I've just not been lucky this run to get any items. The highest I've had is like being able to spawn in 6 additional, like a total of 6 skeletons, which is absolutely insane. Evasion over... no, not really. Not worth it. So let's skip that one. What's the time? Okay, I think we'll do this last loop. Return to camp, finish off the things, and then switch into Rise to Ruins. Because otherwise I'll be end up stuck playing this game all day. Okay, so what do we want to put down? Definitely want to put something down. Because the thickets don't really benefit anything from being next to other tiles, so those are okay to just put down wherever. Mountains are a bit of a different story, of course. So if we put this village down right here, will that spawn something? Yes. Submit! Oh, thanks for the follow. What was that? Shuto, no Shuto. Shouto? Shouto. Well, welcome to the stream, I guess. Hope you like what you're seeing. Where do we want to put this village, though? Do we want to put down this village? Because if I put it down on the next tile, we'll get healed when we walk through it now, but you don't really need that considering there's 3 additional ones. And it will give us a quest for an enemy that'll be way further down the line, and I don't think that's worth it. So let's just shuffle those around. Okay, it is random. It did feel like it was the first 3 cards it took, though. That was just a coincidence, probably. And we're just moving through that. But yeah, my strategy on the deck building side of things is mostly like try and get some easier to kill units down and then buff them over time. Ooh, and we actually might have gotten an upgrade? I think this will be considered an upgrade. Or no, because that's the summon quality. I think summon quality is better than level to us at the moment. Okay, we'll continue this after Stream Raiders. It's a quick distraction. Better when Begs like put a rogue all the way up there. Okay. Don't know if any of these buffs will help us in the long run, but we can try. I do hope that epic unit helps us, boy, otherwise we're screwed. Why is my healer going away from everyone? What? Okay. Well, that's not annoying. Well, I guess he does focus on like melee units. Oh shit. Yeah, I think we we need another go on this one. I expected all those ants would come and screw us over. What? Are the rogues completely invisible to the ants because they're flying? Oh my god. Are you serious? Does that mean if you take down the... Oh no. Oh, this is painful. You think something broke? Either that if... Come on, rogue. Nah, if the rogue killed that beetle, it could have flown around. It would take forever, but it could definitely have taken all the rest of the enemies. That was weird though. That was weird. I gotta give the game that. Well, at least this time around there's way less units, but holy hell, that was fucking random. Almost makes me want to put down a flying rogue to see if that's the case. I don't know. Does seem kind of strange. Also a little bit balked, not gonna lie. Well, it is what it is, I suppose. We've got like chrono crystals everywhere. But the thing is, these have to be attached to the roads. Where sometimes I wish you could just like put them out wherever so that you could get their benefits in terms of the meadows at least. We have a lot of enemies to bash our way through now though. Oh, we got a trait. Ooh, +1 to max skeletons. I think I want to do that one. Because we haven't been lucky with items, but sometimes the traits can like save you in that way. Giving you some of the things that you haven't been lucky enough to get. Level 8 amulet. +1 skeleton. That it's almost worth it just for that. Given the attack speed that we have. I know we'll lose summon quality and evasion, but it's a level 8 item. I was also contemplating this book, but if I do that now, the summon quality is like gonna drop through the floor. So probably best if we hold off with that. At least for the time being. Oh shit. I didn't know. See, I always fail to keep paying attention to this map completion thing. So that means that whenever we return to camp, we'll fight a boss instead. And the music also changes according to what boss it is. Okay, that seemed like we were making some use out of that extra one skeleton. Oof, that's a large difference in level though. That's 2.7 levels extra. Does it keep going until you die or until you kill a boss? It keeps going until you die or you return to camp. Like there's like a small return to camp button down here that you can't see because my camp's in the way. But you can click that whenever you're near camp to retreat preemptively as well. So, but other than that, you can keep going as long as the game, like difficulty-wise, lets you. Where do we want to put this treasury though? I guess we might as well just put it up there. Get some use out of the tickets. But yeah, if you die, it forces you to retreat all the way back to camp, and you only get to keep 30% of your materials, meaning those things that drop whenever you enter a tile, place down certain tiles, which is not a lot, as you can imagine. So preferably you retreat before you get to that stage. And the enemy level has a huge impact on how hard the game, how hard they are. So, and depending on what chapter you're doing, the amount of sort of strength the enemies gain will vary in percentages. So, because I'm doing the second one, they gain like increased stats. So we can take a look at these. This rat wolf has 111 hit points, does 24 damage. Our base skeletons have more damage but way less hit points as well, so it's a balance. And I fail like many maps because I thought like, oh, I can do like one more lap at least. and then realizing that I could not. But you know, once you go past the campfire, you're kind of forced to continue all the way through, because as soon as you're too far away from the campsite, you'll also just lose that 30%. So I can't just out here retreat like preemptively without losing 30% still. So that's the roguelite mechanic, I guess. We're over here and there's no bookeries on the way apart from the very last one, which means we might as well start just popping down things in order to get some stat benefits, and also to like not convert our cards if we don't want to. Because the resource you get are these memory pages or whatever that could get converted into books, and I would rather have a better shot at beating the boss, to be quite frank about that. Can we put one of these somewhere clever where we can gain extra benefits? Not really. Ever considered playing Final Fantasy XIV? The MMO? I have considered it, yes. Why are you asking? Okay, let's see if we can put one of those there at least. But I don't frequently play MMOs, so I tend to not get around to it, let's just put it like that. I did notice though that recently a lot of streamers starting doing, and people in general, they started playing Final Fantasy XIV, and I wonder if it's because of some of the large streamers playing it. Treasury. I guess we can put one over here just for a small synergy bonus. And just put a bunch of rocks around it. Because every time we do this, we gain resources from the treasury as well as the rock itself. And the good thing is that every time we increase our hit points, it sort of scales up the HP bar and leaves you at the same percentage of hit points, which is very important. Because otherwise, you know, why would you increase your hit points? Great time, best queue simulator out there. Oh, I can find a better loading time simulator. You know what that's called? That's called Ark Survival Evolved. At least modded. I had a I don't actually think it's running anymore. I think the service expired, but I did have a public server for that running, and it just took like 20 plus minutes to load into, so that was nice. Ah shit, those were supposed to... Ah, I botched it. I was supposed to be fucking meadows. Well, I don't think there's many places I can put them down here, I guess. Massive exodus from WoW with the dying content, and the lawsuit doesn't help either. Loading times ain't bad. Because of the big boom, their servers can't keep up with all the login and secret requests. Yeah, AUG is a slow one indeed, definitely. Let me see, is there anything we can do to help us out? Don't think this cemetery is going to be an issue. Let's keep that Oblivion thing just in case. Let's hope we get some massively good items before we enter the boss area. Though I think we should be able to do it with this. I already beat the boss once and didn't seem that hard with the Necromancer. But anyway. Another treasury. The game really wants to give me these treasuries. Oh shit, yeah, that's definitely a thing we want to get deleted. Good thing we have an Oblivion card. But yeah, with WoW, that's a peculiar one. I've also heard from some friends that play on TBC Classic that it's a bit of a shitfest because of the, what do you call it, uneven split between Alliance and Horde players. To the point where matchmaking is just absolutely shot, basically. It makes the game almost unplayable unless you're in a, what do you call it, a pre-built team. Since they changed something, I'm not too well versed in the matter, but I did hear something along the lines that they changed how the matchmaking works. So now you're basically getting paired up against, like if you're small group of players, you're getting paired up against a pre-build consisting of like Horde players that play in a major guild or something. Which is just terrible. How much is our attack speed now? 75%, jeez. Well, this map is getting filled. Where are we? We're down here. So if I put a bookery here, or up here, that might actually benefit us. A level 5 book, but it's completely trash because the stats on it are like in no way comparable to the low rarity ones. Like, level has such a huge impact on those items. It's ridiculous. More forests. Let's just chuck these down. Got an orange level 5 ring. Summon quality and level. That might actually be... Ooh, that is actually worth it. Because we don't really need that 8% attack speed anymore, so... Let's... Oh, chill with all the items. Like, even these white items give like such a huge bonus to your skeleton level. I don't want to sacrifice all my evasion, I don't think. That might be a bad idea. Shoot. It's like running out of places to put things at this stage. There's no like good place to put anything anymore. So what are the stats on these guys? Oof, that damage, those damage numbers are pretty high. Comparison at least. And that's the thing that's really gets you in this game, is that you get to near the end of the loop and you're thinking like, oh, I'm doing like pretty good now. And then you do the mistake of trying to do another loop because you're currently doing really well. But as soon as you step over into like the next loop, all the enemy levels just get such a huge bump in how strong they are that, yeah, you just get screwed over really. I'm pretty confident we'll beat the boss, no problem. And you can continue after beating the boss too if you want to do more loops, because, you know, the amount of loops you've done doesn't correspond with how quickly you spawn the boss. That's all dependent on what tiles you put down. So sometimes it happens early, sometimes it happens fairly late. Depends a bit on your playstyle and how many tiles you intend on putting down. Coolio. Must have like a insane health regeneration at this point. I could put it down here and get like one metal upgrade. Our HP per day is almost 200. That's a pretty good chunk, I would say. Get out of here. Ooh, you skellies. Well, it doesn't give you a max skeleton limit, so it's not good. And every item that in our inventory that overflows gets converted into metal scrap as well, so those don't go to waste either. And there's actually a strategy where you might want to like let your inventory grow for the sake of getting that scrap in return. Especially like when you're just starting out, because at least when I started, it did feel like you needed so much metal in order to do anything early on. And you were just not getting any. Or you were, but you just needed so much that you also needed a fuck ton of that in return. So many spider cocoon cards, jeez. Okay, so just before the boss we got some cards, nice. And I don't know where to put this. Doesn't really matter anymore. So this is my second time fighting her, by the way. What? You again? Is it the Lich's magic? You don't look like an undead, but I don't have any other explanation. Omicron, the dead sorcerer, I remember now. Did you kill him? That was the first boss, by the way. I spent so long with him, trying to explain the emptiness of his knowledge, sharing my vision. I will miss these attempts to set him on a righteous path. And no, it has nothing to do with his magic. Then how? Forget it. I actually don't care. Thank you for the offer. I refuse. You're just scared. Want to know if I'm really telling you the truth, right? If you knew the Maker really is the one who returns everything to oblivion, would you accept it and submit? Submit? Are you asking out of curiosity? Let me think. I'm asking because I want to help you. To tell the truth, even knowing you're right wouldn't change a thing. Why? It is literally the will of the Maker. You're telling me all this nonsense just because you're unable to comprehend it all? How can you still resist, knowing this is his will? I don't know. That's how we're made to be, I guess. Know that I will oppose you again and again. Maybe someday we'll be able to continue this conversation, but not today, for I am filled with anger. Is it righteous anger? Is he trolling her? It is righteous anger. Okay, chill. So this lady, she generates these mirrors that act as her shields, and then occasionally she also summons an angel to fight for her. So she's basically the opposite of what, kind of similar to the necromancer in that regard, I guess. So attack speed and a lot of attacks is pretty much the key here. And because I'm a necromancer, I should be doing okay. Since all these skeletons, they suck up damage from that angel that she spawns. So we should be good. And we're like kicking her ass. But yeah, the story of this is very peculiar because it's centered around this whole thing that every time you return to this path, this loop, everything that happened before sort of goes away. Unacceptable. You can rage all you want, your rage won't stop me. I am enraged, but not at you. I was given such power, but I am unworthy. Cannot convince even a single fool to lower his weapon. One more servant of God shall perish because of me. This is it. I'm burning your body this time. Farewell to you. Yeah, so again, second time I've killed her, but all the enemies and everything keeps returning. Burn me, cut me to pieces, bury me. There's no difference. I am the faith itself. Do you think you can kill faith? No, but I think that I've learned a lot from you. I will have faith. I will have faith in this world, and I will believe in my success. Yeah, so your starting point is like nothing, like the entire world is like doomed into oblivion when all existence is halted. But through your character's will, let's say, things start reappearing. But making those reappearing things stay is a harder thing and a harder task. It's harder, like, easier said than done is what I was trying to say. So and now because we killed her the second time, I get to choose one of these, which is then gonna be one of those traits you can choose in occasion. 25% chance that any enemy will have one disability in combat. Okay. Shield of Faith. Each time the hero kills an enemy, he'll receive a stained glass window. Has a 20% chance to absorb one hit and shatter. Stacks up to 3 times. Okay. That sounds really strong. Hero may strike the target with blood lightning with each attack. I don't think that actually... I don't think that affects the Lich, because you don't attack directly with the Lich, so... Oh, Necromancer, not Lich. Here we see, like, all the resources you get to keep, including this item here. And you get the option to stay as well. But we'll retreat because... Rise to Ruins is calling. There, I thought something was weird. I must have pressed tab by accident at some point. So all these buildings, some of them have like a green arrow which indicates you can upgrade them. I just wanted to see what we can attain. If I upgrade the camp, I unlock a suburbs card. Huh. It's just a house. This is a cemetery. If I upgrade that, I gain a free resurrection. Alternatively, I believe we can also build, yes, a lumberjack. But I don't think I want to do that, however. I'm very curious about what that card does, though. There's also, you can also see these icons, that chair and all that stuff. That's artifact equipment slots that change. So let's do this one. Ah, a real temple of knowledge. The best temple there is. Getting new knowledge. Priming and exercising your memory. Well, your muscle memory at least. Feel very sorry for the geographic sciences, though. Now you can learn all there is to it in just a few hours. Okay. So yeah, it's the same thing with this village. When you start out, all you have is like a single campsite. After like a loop or two, or after like one run, you get like some villagers come by and say like, oh, we just like saw this area and settled down as like refugees. And eventually you upgrade it so that they sort of become settled into this void, right? And all the resources you bring back sort of like stay, but everything they try and acquire within this area sort of just doesn't stay around. It just evaporates into nothingness. It's like you gotta kind of play from the beginning to really understand what I'm talking about, I guess, but I hope it gives you a general idea of what's going on. Because it's also like, I don't want to spoil... It's hard not to spoil the story when you're this far in, but I think you get what I'm saying. You should definitely play through the story part. Playing through the game from the beginning for the story is definitely worth it, I would say. I was watching the people. At first, they were lying still, then began getting up, walking, bringing coffee. Convenient. I can watch you too. You don't need to lie still. You must keep going. Yeah, so all the NPCs in this village are also very weird. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, let's just look at the expedition thing because I want to look at that new card I got, the suburbs. Start to remember big stone houses, but not the people that inhabited them. Can only be placed next to other suburbs if they are present. Increases experience gained from killing enemies by 1. Okay. I wonder if they do other things if you put down enough of them. But yeah, this is the deck building part of the game. So on the left you see that each line of cards has like its own like counter on the left, so you need to have between 2 and 6 of the top row, you need to have between 2 and 8 of the second row, between 2 and 5 of the next, and then between 1 or 4 of the last one for it to be a valid deck. And then you have these golden cards over here, which you can only choose one of and you start with, but that's a different thing. Also, you have to build your deck between 7 to 15 cards. So I wouldn't be able to have all these cards active at the same time. And all of them, some of them are also locked behind each other, so if I disable oh, I guess I can do that now because of the forest. So if I don't have neither a forest or a grove, I won't be able to do a blood grove. Which is like, because this has to be right up against the forest tile in order to be placeable. And similar, all the different cards, like some of these, like as you noticed, the rocks in the forest have subvariants. The desert is really weird. It lowers all creatures' HP, including you and your own minions, by a certain percentage. But it's really cool, like deck building wise, you can play the game in a completely different way. Vampire mansions work similar to the bookeries, where each enemy on an adjacent tile will spawn in with a vampire and they'll all have life leech. A battlefield will spawn in a chest every loop. And there are certain strategies too, like certain resources only drop under very specific conditions, like there's a compressed thing, what's it called? The Orb of Expansion here. They only drop if you're facing up against at least, I think it's 5 enemies or something, which requires you to use something like a vampire mansion or similar, because there can only be like 4 enemies on one tile walking around on the map part of the game at any point in time, including stuff like the chests from this battlefield and stuff. But I'm sure we'll see more of this game in the future, if you would like to see that at least. But for now, I want to switch over into Rise to Ruins. Let's just check up on Stream Raiders. Okay, 2 minutes on that one. No biggie. But yeah, I had planned Rise to Ruins, not Loop Hero, for today. I just happened to be playing Loop Hero before starting the stream, and I was in the middle of something. So, hope you enjoyed that at least. Well, I guess I also need to change the game that we're playing, eh? So let's see, can I change that here? Maybe. Okay. So if I change it through Restream, will it actually work through on Twitch too? Let's do a little test, shall we? And of course, double check on Twitch and make sure that it's actually correct. It did work. Okay, that's really convenient. That means I can switch it in one place. Oh, but it does sort of screw up Facebook's stream. I'm like using Restream to sort of send the feed out to different places. I'm always focusing on Twitch though, because preferably I would like to be on this platform and gather people here due to some of the utilities and stuff you can do. Only on Twitch, but I still sort of stream out the feed to other places in hopes of getting more people to come by. So don't worry that I'll be like unfocused or anything. It's just a little extra thing. Okay. So we have Stream Raiders before going into this, but at least the game is ready. There it is, Stream Raiders. Okay, you guys place down how many units? Okay. Didn't really say in chat for some reason, but it's fine. Oh, 13 allies. And there we go. Time to kick these bugs' asses. The Mad Irish Man again in here. I think I've seen that particular player in here before. Is that beetle getting stuck? Anyways, here you go, boy, and better one bait, you get some coins. Wow, some scrolls. Magnificent. And let's jump into the next one. What is this? What is this balance? There's like barely any units here all of a sudden. What the heck? Have Stream Raiders like changed something major on their end? Because this feels weird. Not gonna lie, it definitely feels weird. It used to be like, oh, if you fail a map, then the next batch of enemies is gonna be like much smaller. Probably because we lost that one, but we won the previous map though. I know we lost the one before that, but what strikes me as odd is that we lost that map, and then it reduced the enemies on that, like on the retry. But the map that we're now doing, it has way less units than the previous one did, which was already like nerfed downwards. So it's like nerfed down again. I think the next changes as well. Might do. I don't know. Oh, is it? What? Oh, this is interesting. So at the end of last time we were playing Rise of Runes, I commented how I wondered how the stockpile works, because it says stockpile 400 leather chests anywhere, and the progress bar hadn't gone anywhere once we got that objective. But now we've loaded up the save and it's almost done now. So it does tell me that it does count in everything. It just needed like a return to the world map or something to update that sort of bar. Okay. And we have upgrade 15 buildings in Coast Bridge, which is not Springland, where... No, we're in Narrow Path, right. Yeah, because we started that map. Okay, let's do Coast Bridge, because there we can send people to Sandy South, upgrade those 15 buildings, and I have to remember that it's 15 buildings. So while we're upgrading those, we can send people across, and then when we're done upgrading the buildings, we can maybe go to the other map and send those 20 people along and get that other objective completed as well. We'll see. It depends a little bit. If it ends up taking too long, I might skip it. But I think reward-wise, it might be worth it. Do we want to upgrade these static towers just, or should we do something else? Because it's 15 building upgrades. And if we upgrade these, then at least we don't have to wait for 8 buildings to be completed in order to be upgraded. We could also just start building and upgrading some more houses, but I don't... Like, we already have a really good amount of space for people, so... I don't necessarily think that would be a good investment, because we still do have a build limit that you can consider. Oh yeah, we still have some ghosts. That's fine though. They can be stay as ghosts into the next one. What is the goal of a map after you have cleansed the corruption? To survive for a year, pretty much. And to be fair, I would probably turn that around and say that the goal of every map is to survive for a year period. The goal is never to outright beat the corruption, but it's an option that you can sort of aim towards. It just happens to also make the game much easier if you do accomplish it, and once you figure out a good way to do it, you might as well try and do it every time, right? So... But yeah, other than that, it's like completing the objectives that are appearing out on the world map in order to get the perks, of course. And then, as I said, to survive a full year, because the end goal of the campaign in the world map mode is just to survive a full year in every map after all. And I've never even gotten like a quarter of the way there, because I always ended up stop playing like after winning 2 maps, because and I assume that's kind of also why you're asking. Once you've beaten like the first couple ones, you kind of might run out of like the will to continue when there's no challenge anymore. Like, what is there to do once you've already done the hardest part of the game, right? And that's one of the points I was trying to make like a good few streams back, which is that the first map that you play with my meta on the world map, at least, is going to be the hardest map that you will ever play on the world map mode. The only thing that really changes from map to make it more or less challenging is the layout and what resources are available, but for the most part, it's never enough to really make a big difference, especially once you have a lot of god perks to help you along the way, right? And once you get the ball rolling on the campaign mode or the world map, you can start getting a lot of perks fairly frequently, and every time you get another perk, it just makes the game easier. That being said, if difficulty were of a concern for me, I could just ramp it up, period. I don't know if that requires a new world map though. It might have, like, because you can switch the difficulty up into different ones. I'm just playing on the classic difficulty because I'm not really going for a dude perfect hardcore run or something like that. So, but you do have that option at least, which is why I mention it. And to begin with, there wasn't even a world map mode, there was only a skirmish mode, which was just like any other RTS really, where it's you against an AI on a limited map space, and that was pretty much it. Though at that point you couldn't beat back the corruption, I don't think. Or was that only in like a thing for world map mode? I'm only thinking out loud, of course. I don't remember. Because the ability to beat the corruption was something that was like, it was like one of the last things to implement before the game stopped getting regular updates for a while. Or up until now, actually, right? Not a while. Because the dev hasn't really gone back to working on the game. He's just come out with a statement that says that he's secured funding, and that's pretty much it. But in terms of what that actually means, anyone's guess. And the pandemic sort of also put a spoke in his wheel and challenged the developer financially, at least according to what he's been, what he's published. So it's not like the corruption resurfaces after a few years in the map. Nope. Once it's completely gone, it's gone for good. There's no mechanic in the game that can reintroduce corruption whatsoever. So that's also why whenever we get those objectives on the world map, they require you to like put 100-something zombies on a specific map into a college gate. I just immediately abandon them because they were impossible to complete. Since not only do enemies not spawn, well, enemies can spawn on some very few specific circumstances, but for the most part, you know, the majority of all the enemies will completely disappear. So. And there's no like event or magic ability or anything that can reintroduce them at all. So. That being said, the aforementioned events, however, that can spawn enemies are, I believe, just limited to 2. There is the Blood Moon event, which spawns blood slimes. I guess there's actually 3. There's a Blood Moon event, which spawns blood slimes all over the map because it's raining blood. And then you can also generate fire elementals by dropping down these meteors, but it's a very rare occurrence, and that one occasional stray fire elemental, though being strong, you just need a college gate and you can just chuck him in there. You don't even need to worry about how strong he is anymore because it doesn't matter when he gets insta-gibbed by getting sacrificed, so. And then the third one is trash slimes. And they only generate if you're not dealing with your trash around your base properly. So as soon as you're dealing with all the trash and it's getting dealt with at your landfill and subsequent like facilities, you're good. And that's pretty much all there is to it. For new players though, what is there is more than of a challenge enough, I would say. Like my first time playing it, I do still remember it was a bit because there's a learning curve, of course. You need to get familiarized with how to play the game and everything. And the corruption doesn't care about that, right? It just goes about its normal routine of spawning in on after the first night or whatever. Or after the second night, I can't remember. And as a result, while you're trying to learn the game and catch up to speed on how to do everything, you get overrun eventually, and there's just no way around it. That's perfectly fine. But it is also what leads to your inevitable demise. And on my first couple plays, one, you couldn't defeat the corruption, so keep that in mind. But on my first couple of plays, I did do the whole migration thing way before, what do you call it, not way before, but I did the whole migration thing very early on. Let's put it like that instead. I built towers, the whole shebang, and colonized other areas in order to move on as quickly as possible, because I've learned that, you know, if you stick around too long, the corruption's just gonna sort of kick your ass. And they will outgrow you to a point where you just can't do anything anymore. And that's how I got my first perks, god perks. And eventually, you know, you get enough of perks and sort of grasp on the game that you can get further and further into it. And eventually, like, deal with all the things that it throws at you without any issues. And that's also, you know, your preferred play of style of play, so. Like, I do remember the first time I was playing very defensively, building these stone walls right outside, like, the gates to my city. Putting down a gate, trying to keep the corruption out from my village. Because I was worried that whenever they would get close to my villagers, because, you know, again, it took me a while to get a grasp on everything, so by the time that I was ready to defend myself, the enemies were already pretty high level. I didn't know golems were a thing at that time, and even later I didn't know how strong golems were, how to use them, and all those things like that you learn as you play the game over time just shape the way that you can succeed. So, and your mileage is gonna vary, right? But if you've played this game yourself, you'll probably know what I'm talking about. What do golems do? It's mostly the way that they function in terms of like how the AI moves them around, I guess you could say. Because like I can go in here and I can pick up this ice stone golem and put him anywhere. You can drop anything into the corruption, you just can't pick it back up again. So you can technically move, like pick up your golems and drop them right into the enemy base. And they'll start attacking the nearest enemies. But it's more the whole fact of how well their stats scale compared to towers, how low maintenance they are in comparison to making ammunition and moving that in places. But yeah, combat golems, they only do that, they fight. And then there's the damage types, which as long as you have one of each, you should be fine, and you just want to make like an equal blend, kind of, it feels like. Because it's so impossible to try and have like a team combo or whatever. But also like, yeah. I mean, these require just rocks, wood, and crystal, depending on which ones in order to be made. Then there's also the QB golems, which I've only started using recently, but that's for the trash system, so that is why you always build 9, yes, just to have one of each, since they're also different, like, I believe, as far as I know, because it's like a wood golem, stone golem, crystal golem, apart from the fact that they have different amounts of hit points, I do believe they also have different resistances against attacks from the enemies. Which I guess would make sense, you know, a wooden golem probably wouldn't do well against fire-based attacks, so... And you can't have a wooden fire golem either. So, in order to like account for those missing elements, you just build one of, like 3 of each, and then each of these can be turned into 3 different types of elements. And there you go. That being said though, I do believe that if you were to just pick one, I think lightning and ice. I think ice is like the best general one to use, which is why when you build towers, like the ballista towers, where is it? There. On the final upgrade, you can choose for them to become one of 3 different elemental types as well, which will, apart from ammunition, just like with the golems, also require you to feed it energy all of a sudden. But it does mean that you can load it up with, like it becomes loaded with an elemental type. For better or for worse. And the reason why I say that is that you have this one tower that can shoot very slowly, albeit extremely far distances and high damage, but it can only have one elemental type. So unless you have literally 3 of those towers everywhere you're trying to defend, chances are they'll most likely keep attacking enemies that are actually less vulnerable to whatever element the tower is, which is another benefit to golems, is that because you have so many and their damage gets spread out more, there's a higher chance, I guess, for you to make proper use out of that elemental benefit they have. I mean, we can have 7 wooden golems now, right? So that's 3 times 7, 740, 21 wooden golems, whereas like 7 of each element. Compare that to 3 towers that do 1 attack every few seconds, and you can see why I prefer the golems over like the ballistas. And the ballistas have their strengths too, don't get me wrong, They can shoot over mountains, which is the main reason for building these in the first place, which also allows you to shoot over these curtain walls. So you can make like a Cryolithium curtain wall, which blocks all kinds of enemy attacks, and they don't prefer attacking the walls if they have an alternate route. And ghosts can't pass through, like specters can't pass through them either because it's made out of Cryolithium. So if you put a tower behind these walls, you know, they're virtually impenetrable. There are some few exceptions, like when enemies backdoor and such, but usually they don't try and do that, so... just need to remember to upgrade these things while I explain stuff, I guess. And you do have other tower alternatives, like the bow tower has a higher attack speed, but its range is also greatly diminished. And you've seen how close to the... like, you know, if you want to use towers in order to take out enemy buildings, you have to build them out here. And then while this is attacking the enemy, unless you pause it, upgrade the thing and restock it with ammunition and all these other things, and try and avoid it getting damaged enough to the point of it getting destroyed every night, or whenever a random cemetery gets attacked and spawns in like 8 enemies. So, and like the spray tower is like an AoE thing. The sling tower is also an AoE, but it's more of a cone, where the spray tower is shorter range and I believe more rapid fire. Yeah. There's the phantom dart tower. They can be walked over, but I don't think that enemies ignore these, so they're just cheap towers, I guess. And we have to remember each one of these towers, for each one you build, your build limit gets occupied. Again, build limit you can't use for infrastructure or gathering resources and all that kind of stuff. Or even better, the fire pits. Gonna dog out for today. It was nice seeing me streaming. Okay, have fun. Nice. Thanks, Farm Creek. I'd like to see you around another time as well. You will be more than welcome to. And have a good rest of your evening. It's like, what? Almost 9 p.m. So, have a good one. Get some of these things upgraded. It's almost bedtime for the poor PhD. Oh. I'm so glad that I'm not like in school anymore. Well, have fun with that at least. All our people here are dying from old age. Oh shoot, I totally forgot something important. Chat, why are you not reminding me? I even said that I would do this, but I forgot to do to queue it up. Where the heck is it? There, migration way station. And it was into Sandy South. We were supposed to send more freaking people along. Whoops. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Oh well, it's not like the end of the world. Is that... that's a key. What's the key doing there? Oh. It's because all of a sudden our key shack is like full. Guess we'll just build another one. Yeah, 20 to Springfield. Yep. I know it's for Springfield, it's just this place is not connected to Springfield. But Sandy Shores is. Sandy South is. So if we send those extra people along from here to Sandy South, then we can jump to that map next and send people across from there while also receiving people there. Yeah, and the leather armors. That's actually another good point. Armory, because we have a forge, but I believe that's the toolsmith. There's the armory. Okay, we're already creating leather stuffs, but do we even... okay, we do have 4 animal pens somewhere. which is of course needed in order to get leather and stuff. But maybe building more of those might be beneficial. And then some farms to go along with it. I also built some water purifiers here though. Because I was noticing that we have the same sort of situation over here where we're building up a lot of water, but we also need a lot to go around, so. Hence we could use some more water purifiers to store that dirty water. Because since we already have 4 of them upgraded, we already get that water bucket harvesting speed, but also the water bucket processing speed. So even though these are not upgraded, they're still should be producing at the same speed as the others, but actually I don't know. This seems to go way faster than the others. Oh well. 15 upgrades, don't know if they're done. Yeah, those are the ones that I was doing over here. I think we might be close to getting those done though. Because we did like 8 buildings, and then we've upgraded these a couple times. And an ancillary or 2. Anything else that we upgraded yet? I think we upgraded something over here, but I can't recall. It's not the end of the world though. Let's also get a water fountain here. Oh yeah, up here, this is of course where everything is. Also have like 3 extra kitchens up there. We've got like an insane food production going on this map actually. Yeah, a lot of rations. Very efficient. I think that dropped another key. Of course, when you don't need when you need chests, you get a fuck ton of keys. The game stops giving you the chests. Well, can't have it all, as they say. Oh, that's a wild doggo. Let's actually pick that boy up. I guess that's another, like, reason to consider. Maybe we should just do that. Like, let's do it to a certain degree at least. Sandy South, which will ever matter, but okay, we have 26 keys around here. Let's send 20 keys along, because the fact that we have this many sitting around this place tells me that we probably don't need that many here. And if Sandy South has some chests lying around, then we can at least use them there to open something up. Let's try and go back to the world map. My neck's been so stiff for the last long while. Probably just from sitting down too much. Well, we got the 15 upgrades. -2 second earthquake spell cooldown. It's a thing, I guess. And what else? So I guess we just gotta send the villagers along, huh? To Springland. We could go to Sandy South and do that immediately. And hope that we have enough people. Okay. Because I know we didn't quite get to send people across, but that's fine. That might be relevant at some other point, and then who knows. Well, since we're gonna be sending people along, see if I can find the... There it is. Now we're still sending 2 people to Wyvern Edge. And we want to get that done as well, but 20 people to Springland, that's definitely been queued up now. And maximum daily migration is 42, and we have 47 migratable villagers, which means that technically we should be able to do that within 1 day cycle. And since that's the only thing we need to do, then it should be fine. But yeah, there's already like I can already see like a freaking chest here. And why am I not tracking the keys up on that resource tab? I don't know, but now I am. Well, back to the old, what can we do to improve things around here while we wait for people to migrate? A building that can be upgraded. Let's give her some more chests. Sorry, scrap that keys, I guess. Wait, that was a chest full of fucking trash. Wow. What a deal. Isn't all our trash processing things? Yeah, they're pretty close down there, so let's just get it all back home. Let's actually do it with all this stuff up here too. Oh, that's gonna fuck with the people that are building. Sorry guys. Sorry. 20 units were placed in stream raiders. Oh, you guys. Let's do that. Chain swords. Now, I did hear a very nasty event for Rise to Ruins happened, though. That was the Blood Moon event, usually. But that's fine. See what I'm talking about? Like, no units on this map whatsoever. They're not really that tanky either. This is probably one of those situations where I should have started it earlier if I were more, like, keeping an eye on this, but anyway. Or you get a Paladin Scroll, and West Ward Shadow, you get a Monk Scroll. Coolio. Let's get on to the next one. Again. What? Toad Country. There's literally 2 enemies in this entire map. What? It's like the game forgot that it was supposed to not make the game easier for us. Someone already, Chainsaw was already put down in it. Oh, this is so dumb. This is so dumb. Well, I guess let's go. Because no more enemies are gonna appear than these 2, so it should be easy for you guys. Heck, we might even want to do that one quickly then. Okay, let's just go to Rise to Ruins for a second. And I'll check back on Stream Raiders in like a few minutes, and if we have like, I don't know, 8 to 10 units, then I might just start it already. And I think this can manage itself because I needs a refill. Okay, boy. I just noticed you also put down an epic musketeer there. Okay. Yeah, we might just fast track that. Because we 3 epic units might already be more than, it has to be more than enough already. I'll give people a chance to chip in though if they want. Until the end of this Blood Moon event, and then we'll probably just start it. We're doing fine on the water situation around here, it seems. All water processing is down here though. Yeah. our farms seem to be more than sufficiently supplied with water. About our farms though, or animal pens, oh, they are also more than well stocked. Okay. No issue. And yeah, this is the reason why you don't want to destroy your golem combobulators even after the corruption's been dealt with. Because otherwise these trash slimes and blood slimes and stuff can kind of screw you over if you're not careful, at least. Like, they're by no means strong or anything. But buildings are surprisingly fragile. So it doesn't take many hits before an entire structure just collapses. In this game, at least. And even a single unit can make that happen fairly easily. What's this trash out there? There's a beefalo. A roost, another roost. Another roost. Me. No, we don't care about those. Skadachinos. Oh, we must have picked up like a chest down here as well. Doing all the gold and iron, no, iron and stone bars, I think that is. Yeah, we're definitely getting a lot of keys on this map. Since I'm noticing all those chests being opened here and there. It's probably because we're purchasing them. Ooh, purchasing. Hold on a second. I just thought of something. We could just, not just, but we could technically buy some of these leather armors. They are very expensive, meaning that it'll be over 1,000 gold for just 10 of these. We could like buy about 140 without problem, I would say. Or just 120 maybe. And that will like be a good dent into that objective at least. Can we store that much though? Yes we can, okay. No problem. That being said though, should probably add another miscellaneous storage somewhere. Oh, cheeky aim. That's an interesting problem to have. So this river, in case you didn't know, is actually connected out to the ocean out here, and the ocean is like a never-ending source of water as far as I remember. I don't know if connecting the water out to the edge of the map has the same effect. I've been contemplating that it might, but I haven't sort of tested it enough to figure out if that's actually the case. But all of this is like connected down to where we're in the water. Oh yeah, I forgot, also during a blood rain, a blood moon, the sky does occasionally also throw a rock at you, which is the meteor thing, meaning that it can technically spawn in fire elementals. Speaking of meteors though, there might actually be some benefit to spawning them in. Do we have a... Ooh, that might actually be something I should do on this map. Okay, there is a colors gate on the map. I think... I could be wrong, but from what I've noticed, every single map that I've played on seems to have at least one colors gate there by default. But just for good measure's sake, I do want to have one that's more easily accessible than all the way up here. But the meteors do spawn in iron ore as well. So you can technically spam the meteor spell in order to try and acquire some more iron for your colony. It is random though, and the meteors themselves can destroy the same iron that you spawn, so you gotta be careful spamming in meteors on top of the same location at least. And then there's the problem, whoa, there's that one fear that it can spawn in those fire elementals, which is why you need a call escape before you do something like that. But other than that, it should be fine. Okay, so that's the event over. Yeah, let's just fast track Stream Raiders, right? I think you guys would agree. No one's objected to the idea at least, so let's actually do that. Can't put down defensive buff, but we'll just do the damage dealing one instead. Yeah, no props. When there's this many epic units, it doesn't make sense to do anything else. Or you get a Buster Scroll and Chainsaws, you get a Bomber Scroll. Rightfully deserved, I would say. And I suppose we just want to go for a gold chest. Get the better rewards. What? What are you doing, game? Did I like I think the devs have fucked something up, because this cannot be correct. So boys, we just gotta like we just gotta like speed run a bunch of enemies. So I just gotta put like rounds, so just gotta speed run this by putting down a lot of strong units. And start the game early, I guess, because again, and these are level 1s. Look at the stats, 25 hit points, 43 compared to, yeah, I can one-shot even the biggest enemies with my unit, so get your guys in here. And I might check up on this early. Might as well utilize it if the devs do a boo-boo like that. It's not like I'm doing an exploit intentionally or anything, because it's part of the game right now. We're just playing it as intended, even. Band of nomads arrive in the region. Okay, how's these migrations doing? They're not going anywhere. Okay. I wonder why that is. Okay, there we go. It's because the day hadn't. Oh yeah, right, because we literally just came out of a night. So what am I thinking? Manufacturing, armor smithy. Put that there. Do a tool smithy. Like, I mean, that's another thing, right? You can aim for in terms of objectives, let's call them that, is to sort of maximize your potential in terms of production speed and all that stuff. Because there's a lot of things you can do in order to improve that. Like, we haven't even fully upgraded the crystal stuff yet here. Not even the stone. And technically not even the wood. So there's a lot of things we can improve that will actually benefit us in the long run. Will it be necessary is a completely different matter, of course, but I've said this so many times over. I think you kind of get the point at this stage. So I'll put a mining facility over there. Crystal I hardly ever feel like you necessarily need a lot of, so it's part of why it tends to be on pretty low on the priority list when it comes to upgrading things and that, and even building it in a brand new colony. Let's get some more. Oh yeah, I have to remove that one piece of rock to put down another animal pen. This is we have the water purifiers up here now as well. We should be fine just putting down some more animal pens in this area. Okay, let's try and cast this spell. Yeah, this one also generates rock structures, doesn't it? Let's try. A bit of discord. Ah, everything's on fire! Just the little animations they make when they freak out is so fucking funny. Like, it's just but yeah, you do get like a pretty good drop rate on iron this way. I forgot that this was a thing, to be completely honest. Which is kind of silly because it is actually like I've been in situations where I needed iron, right? And it's a really good way to get that kind of stuff, so... Like when you're out of alternative options, or if you're otherwise required to mine stone to get the same thing. Does kind of fuck up the terrain, but you know, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. This is what I like to see, all these people having departed. Almost cast a fucking meteor down on that building by accident. Oh yeah, this is really good. So we just need to send an additional 2 people to Springland. Okay. So 1 more day. Should do it. I haven't quite figured out how this is all balanced though, right? Because we sort of wanted to send a total of 22 villagers, and we could send some 40 villagers that are migratable. What that means is that they're in a like how many villagers that can migrate to other regions. Only young healthy adult villagers can migrate. You must maintain a total local population of at least 15 to be able to migrate as well. And the idea is to make sure that this colony doesn't die because you over migrate, right? Makes sense. But we have 16 migratable villagers, and we had like this queued up on the last day, and there's plenty of sort of limits, but even then it decided to leave those 2 out for some reason. And that's what I don't understand, is why were 2 people not chosen to go, essentially. Okay, so we have, how's stream readers going? Okay, you guys are like already in there. I think we can probably start this already. So let's just start it early. I'll give you guys over there a haste buff, maybe? Do you guys want a haste buff or a defensive buff? Let's put a defensive buff just because I don't know if these guys or enemies are misleading. It does happen, has happened for me in the past. I don't think it's worth it to kill those 2 enemies faster just for the sake of that, so... Yeah, I should probably put down some markers down there for you guys. We're freaking wrecking this. There you go. Boy, you get a flying rogue scroll, and Benowin gets 2 flying rogue scrolls. Congratulations. Let's do the green one. Loyalty tokens. Okay, so the game finally caught on. Now they're like actually throwing stuff against us. Oh well, at least it lasted while it did. I wonder if that's actually intentional to give you a little bit of a boost into if they're like tweaking the whole thing. But yeah, maybe that is to like give you guys, give the sort of progression in stream readers a boost. Okay, someone's feeling cocky down there. Let's just quickly see because... Yes. I don't know. Nah, it's just the bomber. I don't think I ever use this guy. Hey, it's something. Okay. Well, back to Rise to Ruins. But yeah, I should probably continue doing stream raiders like that if there's like those really easy maps, so that you guys can get some progress a little bit faster. Even though I don't really care about stream raiders personally that much, I do at least want to make it a little bit more worth your guys' time. Because you could as well have been in like someone else's stream raiders thing where you would have made more progress. I don't know if that particularly matters to you too much, but I would imagine some of you would care about it, that is. Well, we're kind of just really waiting for these guys to get their shit together and move out. They're old enough, they can handle themselves. But even though we're like not doing much else, we're still making progress on the map itself by building all these structures. Oh yeah, and we're also buying these leather chests, which we've already bought as much as we needed. We still have 22,000. What? Well, let's just buy a fuck ton. There's no reason to not do that. Might need a dedicated equipment storage though. But this is also one of those really good objectives to complete, not just because it's an easy one, but it also makes it, what do you say, beneficial in the long term. Like it's a objective that's beneficial to do for the long term, as all our villagers can still make use of all that leather armor. I don't know about like literally hundreds of them on one map, but you know, people move along onto other maps, and I'm pretty sure they take all their equipment that they have with them, so. You know, I'm sure they'll get around to using it. Let's see if there's any chests around. Or any doggos for that matter. Is that dog honest really Really? I don't know where it went. Where did it go? I'm pretty sure it was called Bark and Stuff. Bark and Stuff. What a name. Yeah, just checking up on stream rares. I think we need a little bit more than 5 units for this one, unfortunately. So I'll just let that sit. It's a little bit more doable with this game because it doesn't require as much of a performance. Like, it doesn't have as big of a performance hit on my system, but for other games I can't really have like stream readers open at the same time as whatever it is I'm playing. And as well, it's super distracting to have up on a second monitor, which is also, you know, used by Streamlabs OBS in my case at least. But otherwise I would probably just have it open on a second monitor. And then I would be able to keep better track of how many units we have. But, you know, that not being the case means it's whatever. So I ended up like in a bit of a debate on Facebook over the last few days. For those that might be unaware, I would consider myself a game developer, more specifically a level designer, having worked both on modding related, like community related projects, but also have an education that's related to game development, and I've done a bunch of other things that are related to game development as well, like game jams and that kind of stuff. And as such, I'm part of like an indie game discussion group on Facebook where people share all kinds of stuff. And someone recently shared an article, or actually no, it wasn't even an article, it was a TikTok video with a lady sort of making a plea towards the general game development industry, I guess you could say. And her plea was that for game developers to please implement easy modes into their games. And for this topic and discussion and whatnot, debate, whatever you want to call it, I would definitely remind everyone to consider the context and the circumstances of this debate, because it's very easy to get sidetracked and say like things that don't matter, such as a lot of people on the discussions were talking about how, oh, we do have more than enough doggo houses, never mind. We'll just keep that one. People were talking stuff and saying stuff, or saying that like, but most games are built around being hard and that's their main selling point. Right. And I agree to an extent. Some other people were commenting that video games are created according to the vision of the artist, aka game developers in this case, and game designers and so forth. And as such, if you were to enforce an easy mode into a game that's not built around having a quote-unquote easy mode, then you're actively going against the whole core principles of the design of the game. And in some cases, for certain games, there would be no point in playing in the first place because of various reasons. True, but that's besides the point for this debate, because she's explicitly also talking about games that are just hard to complete. And she mentions as an example Hollow Knight. I've never played the game, I know it's a platform and that's about it. but from what I could understand from the discussion on the thread, that Hollow Knight is apparently a fairly difficult game. And she just wanted to be able to play this game and other games that are of story-rich content for the story without having to worry about a skill requirement that she just can't surpass. Some people do like to play video games a lot, but for some individuals, they just don't have the time to get good at them. And this is where it really pisses me off to see like that 40% of the people commenting on this thread saying get good, and immediately start talking about that, don't, basically saying not to ruin my Dark Souls with an easy mode. I honestly don't get it. Why does it matter for you as another player in a single player game that there is an optional easy mode for people that might want to prefer such an experience? I honestly don't get it. And there was a lot of people in there saying, like, as a counter argument, that, well, Dark Souls is designed around being hard, and as a result, if you take that hard, like the things that make Dark Souls hard, and turn them into an easier experience, you're actively counteracting what Dark Souls all about, what makes the game good. And I did see your comment, boy, like, yeah, you don't either. Yeah. And with like Dark Souls, like, I get it to a certain point. The whole reason why Dark Souls as a game is, you know, addicting and all that stuff is because your challenge mainly lies with the bosses in figuring out their attack patterns, what things you need to do in order to take them out, that kind of stuff. And I've never played Dark Souls, I just know this from like proxy and looking into this stuff. It just doesn't make sense because you could just use the standard difficulty, right? Standard difficulty, I don't know, does Dark Souls have a standard difficulty that makes it easier? I mean, she's talking about like easy mode though, like literally easy mode. So what I assume personally she's talking about is, if the skill gap for learning how to play Dark Souls for her is too high, she would probably want, like, I don't know, something that's easy, not standard. You know what I mean? If there were an easy difficult. Ah, okay, right, yeah. So yeah, you could just use the, you know, you could just not use the optional easy mode, exactly. And one of my arguments in this whole discussion thread was also that when I as a young kid played GTA 2 for one of the first times, I'd never played a game like GTA before. And if you want to progress in GTA 2, you need to, you know, complete all the missions that you get handed out to. But English is not my native language, and as such, I couldn't even read it at that young of an age, let alone hardly even read Danish to begin with. Which, you know, made it a very nice thing that the game had cheats. And I used cheats very frequently when playing GTA 2 in the past. It wasn't until like way into my teens that I eventually finally got around to playing the game without cheats and trying and actually unlocking the different levels even. I just wanted to mess around in the game as a kid and have a good time. And you can do like invincibility cheats in games that have, where it's applicable as a very easy thing, if from like a development standpoint. And that would be more than enough for what she was asking about. You're Dutch, so you get that? So it's like, why not just like figure out a solution instead of bashing her for wanting an easier way in a video game. Dry throat and stuff. And here's the other part of the discussion thread, because it weren't just see, this is the thing that's a little bit weird, right? Because it's a fairly open group, so anyone can join in there. And I assume there's a lot of people in there that are just curious to see what game developers have to say. They might be up-and-coming game developers themselves, students, you name it, all kinds of people get in. And I assume that a lot of these get good and people just commenting about don't ruin Dark Souls and stuff are probably leaning less to the development side and more to the consumer side, let's put it that way. But there were people in there that explicitly said they were developers who also were a little bit on the fence in terms of the topic. I think they just don't get the reason. Well, here's the thing. I think they perfectly get the reason, but their the arguments are just completely fucked up. Because what it to me sounded a lot like was that you just had these different people that were afraid that their Dark Souls accomplishments, just to use that game as an example, it wasn't the only one, but it was the most prominent one and it's the easiest one to relate to. But they were basically exemplifying that they were worried that easy mode would nullify their own achievements in that game. Meaning that if anyone can just beat the game, then that completely makes my own accomplishments within this otherwise very hard game completely irrelevant. No, it doesn't. Like, if you're really that insecure about yourself, I think you've got other issues than another person desiring easy mode for video games. And that's, you know, might be a bit of a mean thing to say, but that's honestly how I feel about it. And when I first saw the TikTok thing, I was like a bit, okay. I get her point and I was a little bit on the fence, but the more I think about it, I would probably, I don't like, my end result is that I don't see a reason why you need to, why you would not consider this. And there's like a couple reasons. For instance, by making your, and this is not really the right term to use for it, but by making your game more accessible to your fan base, your company reputation as a game developer will also improve. Or maybe even worsen if it's the wrong kind of people that you're catering to, maybe. I mean, in Dark Souls it might actually be worse for them to cater towards people by implementing an easy mode. I don't know. But that tells you more about your fan base than it does your company, to be honest. And again, when you're on the internet, we have to remember there's also always a very vocal minority, and they tend to be the ones that speak and yell the loudest. So whatever people were saying on this thread might be a very big minority in reality. You know, there might also be some trolls around. People that don't really care for the topic, but just were chipping in with bullshit, so there's that. But for instance, like, other ways to, and this is something I read up on like a long time ago, where if you, like, just to start it somewhere, I guess. Accessibility in reality is like target towards people or users that have some kind of disability, and then making it more accessible in various ways enables them to better play the game. So an accessibility feature could, for instance, be a colorblind mode for your colors in your game. Like if it's a color matching game, having a colorblind mode might be very beneficial, because there's a lot of, not necessarily completely, but partially colorblind people in the world. And as a result, some just straight up can't play certain games because they just can't see the colors, right? There are other ways that you can make your game accessible too, like Loop Hero that we saw a moment ago actually has a, as far as I know and have been told by my dyslexic friend, doesn't matter to him at least, but they claim to have a dyslexic friendly font in the game that you can enable instead of the pixel art. This is one thing. You know, being able to increase the font size for those that have worsened eyesight. The list goes on. Yikes. Bro is giving out a little bit. Sorry about that. But I do get excited when talking about these topics, and you can probably tell. I've always been like into game development and everything like involved, so yeah. It's worth the sacrifice, but I digress. What else was there? Yeah, there was one person that also said that as a developer, if he sees like up front that something is not worth doing, they won't do it, and that was his main argument for not doing things in general. Sure, I get it, but that doesn't really add anything to the discussion. Like, of course I'm taking things a little bit out of context, but I don't see any reason for him to mention that. Sure, yes, if it doesn't make sense to implement, then don't implement it. Like, if you can know that, but that's the thing though. How would you know whether or not implementing an easy mode into your game would result in a significant amount, like, increase in users or not? Like, there's no way that you would be able to figure that out. What I can say though is that one of those things I did read about way long time ago as well is that when it comes to games that have accessibility features, there are sharing sites, forums, blogs, all kinds of places where people that have like certain kinds of disabilities will make lists of various games that are actually just playable by according to their needs, which is kind of interesting because that means that by implementing some kind of accessibility feature, which is a little bit, you know, different than what I was talking about in terms of the difficulty, but just, you know, stick along. By implementing some kind of accessibility features, you might get yourself on those lists. And, you know, word spreads. And you do want to have a nice company brand after all in order to make yourself interesting for future purchases by the same people. And something that's very interesting about the whole market for users in need of specific, or rather like can make use of specific usability features, is that their attention is not as divided as the common user base is, which means that if you get onto these lists, chances that you're gonna get picked up by those kinds of communities are pretty high, because why would they invest in a game that they can't play in the first place? And if they're dying, like if they're putting so much effort into actually making like into it that to make a list about games that have those features, it kind of gives you paints this picture that they are looking for experiences that cater to those needs, right? So they're actively seeking it out and would filter out other things in favor of whatever has this. So if you can get an upper edge that way, you know, you don't have to compete with games that are similar or in the same genre as you, because your feature in this case falls outside of those categories entirely and is a very different way to like also market your game, I guess. I mean, some games do this in other ways, like which one is it? Is it Space Engineers? I know there's a couple of games that have this now, which is a arachnophobic mode in the options settings. And we have sent those people along, so let's go to the world map. Which literally just changes the model of any spiders in the game into something that's not a spider for people that suffer from arachnophobia. Oh yeah, is it Satisfactory that has that? I think that might actually be the case. I know some other games have that too, though. Okay, so we beat the leathers thing and the 20 villagers. Let's just analyze what we get, see what we get here, and then continue that talk, because I think it's a very important topic for sure. Conjures material spell cost reduction. Okay, nice. Don't really use that often, but it's nice. Second Holy Golem, whatever. Second Cold Spell Aura. Nah, wasn't really worth it. But for every perk that we get that's not really worth it, we might get a perk next time. Wood Golem charge time? I mean, sure, but is that even a necessary thing? Okay, well, we can't really put it back, so... Put specters in a Cullis Gate and Enchanted Shoreline. That will never happen, because it can never happen. Upgrade 10 buildings in Sandy South. Come on. Come on. You fucking jokers. We were literally just there. And I know if we like cancel this, it's gonna mess us up in the future. 160 population, no. No. Even if the rewards might be worth it, that would take so fucking long. We can upgrade 10 buildings pretty quickly though if we beeline it, but we might just end up getting a new objective here. Oh well. Let's go for it. Also, how is... Okay. Stream Raiders is like 2 minutes left, so I'll just wait for that one to finish up. The timer, that is. Don't see any reason to start it early. What do we need around here though? Because I know we can upgrade these buildings that I've just put down, but I've literally just built like a ton of buildings that we've upgraded. Could make some cookeries, kitchens. Why did I call it cookery? I think it's because there's another game that I played not too long ago that's got a cookery. I think it's... Was it Immortal Emperor that had that? Yeah, I think so. Not too important though. Oh, I know what we can build. We can build some trash cans. Trash cans can be upgraded a couple times and they don't take up a lot of space or resources. And they can be handy to have around in places where you build up a lot of trash. Okay, we do actually have 2 QB Corombopulators? No. Combopulators. Still such a weird word to say, but just gotta get used to it, I guess. Oh, and rain catchers. Let's actually build some of those. How about with water collection? These can be squeezed into a lot of places that most other things won't really fit. Okay, well, while this moves along. So, going back to that whole game development discussion topic, it was just so weird to see so many like people that I assume a lot of them have to be developers, and a lot of them were just like straight up completely, you know, not even worth mentioning the idea of implementing an easy mode into your video game. And I think her points in the TikTok video were pretty valid, that it's like a pretty big plus. And one of the sort of discussions, oh yeah, Dream Raiders, I forgot about that. Okay, we'll get back to one of the things I discussed in the moment. For now though, we should probably just get this ball rolling again. I put the stronghold in here because all our melee units are the only ones that really matter for this. You guys down there are doing okay? Kind of getting surrounded there. Oof. I have 6 units remaining. Hopefully this wall beast and stuff's gonna be okay. Yeah, should be. I mean, this is a Twonk boy. Even if it's not, even when it's not an epic. Especially if it's high level. Battle and Bait, you get 50 gold, and Boy, you get an additional 2 Musketeer scrolls. Nice. Shrinking gold badge. Wow. Just collect these rewards so I don't forget. Oh, I can get one of our spells upgraded. Nice. Which way do we want to go though? Because going up or down doesn't really matter. Nope. Doesn't matter at fucking all. Because we can get down there anyway. Oh, jeez. That's a lot of toads. It do seem like they're all level 1 though. I think we want to go down on the left most part of the map maybe. Because we've been progressing so fast, a lot of my units are just on cooldown now. Oh, Chainsaw's already on the move. No problem. Put some markers over at you as well. And then before we go back to Rise to Runes, let's just see. Get that rogue upgraded. And we also have captain spells. Yeah, so this just increases the duration of the buff, but it doesn't make it stronger. I think that's true for everything. It just increases the duration of the buffs. Yeah. Which is probably a good thing. Well, Stronghold seems to last for long enough, so I think it's about time I upgrade the haste buff a little bit. Because it's like, for the Stronghold buff, it doesn't feel like the duration increase really improves it. Since it already lasts like half a minute to begin with. And by the time that it runs out, you've already moved past where it was placed in the first place. Meaning that you don't really get any use out of that extended duration anyway. The haste buff though goes along with you wherever you are in the map, so... Oh shit, I completely fucked up. I forgot to switch over to Stream Raiders, my bad. But that does happen on occasion. Sorry about that. Boy, you were not telling me that I need to switch screens. Oh well. Okay, so what was it my point was again in the thing? Yeah, you saw it yourself. I guess that's a good point. Everyone who's in there does see it like directly. That makes sense. Or a good chunk of people probably will. Not necessarily everyone. I think actually when I was not a stream captain myself yet, I did like just watch through the streamer. Here, H&G, is that heroes and generals? Yep. Okay. Don't ask me how I could tell, because I've never played the game before, and I've only seen the title here and there, but it was just like the only thing that H&G would like immediately fit with. So you seem to like, hi Moohoo. Yes, I do, Moohoo. Normally I don't end up getting too far in Rise to Runes before dropping it again, because it's a bit of a different situation when you're streaming, just like with RimWorld. So we were talking about, I don't know if you were here earlier, but we were talking about whether or not video games should have an easy mode or not. For those that might not be as well skilled in completing video games, especially the more challenging ones, especially like in particular some platformers come to mind, for instance. What do you think? If you have a stance in that matter, that is. Because I was debating this, I've been in like a debate on Facebook with some other fellow game developers, and there's a bit of a mixed bag of opinions. Most people seem to be of the opinion though that don't put an easy mode in my hardcore game, because that ruins the experience. Because somehow, it's kind of weird. Maybe the problem is calling it easy mode. Okay, so to give you a bit more context, the whole debate centers around a TikTok with a lady that makes like puts out like I guess a plea towards game developers, asking them to implement some kind of easy mode because she really likes video games, but she's also really bad at video games. And there's so many games that she never gets to play through, and sort of gets into this whole like feels let down because she just can't beat them. And says that she's got a lot of games where she really likes where the story is going and, you know, the environmental stuff and all that, but she just can't play them to enjoy them. And there's just not always like an option for people like her that might just want to play video games for the story. But yeah, don't see the harm in it. People can pick and choose whatever they want. Of course it would be different in multiplayer games, yes, and that's one part of the whole discussion that or debate there, that a lot of the people in that thread don't seem they seem to forget some of the context in which the debate was taking place in. Like, for instance, don't put an easy game mode into Dark Souls because the whole game is about the game being difficult and you overcoming those difficulties. So by implementing an easy mode, you would be nullifying the whole core essence of how the game is supposed to be played and experienced, and what makes it so rewarding to beat the bosses, yada yada. Sure, you can still do that, right? If it's an optional game difficulty. Just name it differently and people would accept it, probably. Don't you usually make a game for entertainment purposes? Exactly. But the main thing here is that people were also saying like video games equals interactivity, and if she if she wanted storytelling, she should probably go watch a movie instead of playing video games. Like, and then some people actually took that and went one step further, saying that, oh, some a lot of old video games these days are being ruined because they're focusing too much on the narrative side instead of like the game mechanic side, and as a result become over glorified interactive videos. Like, I don't agree. Then what is a Telltale game about? Exactly. That's the story with a little bit of gameplay tacked onto it. It's like a virtual... how I would explain a Telltale game to someone who's never played a video game before, but has experienced other things, would be a choose-your-own story adventure book. But it's a video game where you get them shown on screen as like a, you know, visualized representation of it. But yeah. But can the players who want a regular experience just not choose it? Exactly. That's all about their interactive storytelling aspect, yes. I feel people are stupid sometimes or just making it overly complicated. I mean, 60% of the comments on that whole thread was stuff like just no, or don't ruin my Dark Souls, or get good. There was a lot of get goods in there as well. Obviously, as I said earlier to Guy as well, that and everyone else in here, of course, a lot of the people that have access to this Facebook group might not necessarily be game developers, but it's an indie game development group, so I go into that kind of debate assuming that everyone in there has some kind of game development take on it, which, you know, they probably don't, but eh. Yeah, probably the same people who are very toxic in video games. Yes, that's also was my first thought when it came to it. 20 doggos in Coast Bridge. Okay, we'll have to cancel that. So we can actually move on to one of our maps. Minus 2 second, Holy Golem spell cooldown, whatever. But there was just like so many things to unpack and so many different opinions in there. Even developers going in and saying like, if you can't play, like, if you're that bad at video games, maybe you should just not play video games. Like, oof, if you're a game developer, do you really want to bash your potential customers? I think that's a bit of bad optics. They can stuff a sock in it. Yeah. It just, you know, it just sort of pisses me off, some of the ignorance in there. And again, like, as you also said, as long as it's not a competitive multiplayer game. And even for multiplayer games, there's matchmaking and other things. If you really wanted to talk about those, which wasn't even the subject matter because she wasn't talking about multiplayer games in the first place. As a lot of people in the comments also did correct people on and reminded others of, that she was actually talking about story-rich games to begin with. So, like, one of her examples was Hollow Knight, being apparently, I haven't played it, but allegedly a difficult platformer. But, you know, if you like the environmental storytelling, the actual storytelling, and everything else that the game supplies, but you're just not good enough to actually beat it, then that is a bummer. Like reading Facebook discussions, some of the things that is written is so stupid that it's hilarious. Yes. It's just based on your skill most of the time. Sometimes it just gets painful. It's called cringe, yes. Let's get some fire pits out here. Especially during Corona, so much good material. Yes. That's probably also a thing. Not entirely sure how we're gonna deal with this corruption here, to be honest, because they are moving into the mountains pretty fast and closing or cut off opportunities pretty well. Could make a YouTube channel about it and earn fat stacks. Sure. There's definitely some people that are doing that, no doubt about it. But yeah, just the ignorance in there is just insane. And there was also like a person that starting out saying, as a developer, he didn't see, like if he sees something that isn't worth implementing, then he won't implement it. Which is like true, but that had nothing, like it didn't add anything to the conversation, like the debate that we were having on there at all. It was just like a blank, like this is how I do it kind of statement. Ever heard the histories about malicious compliance? Some of these stories are quite amazing. I don't know what malicious compliance relates to. It's a subreddit, okay. Still don't know what it means though. You know, words are hard. But basically the guy who said that about not wanting to like do anything if it wasn't beneficial. Like we were talking about how there might be an added benefit of putting some kind of like difficulty scaling or utility for people who want an easy mode into your game. And that depending on what game you have, but in most cases implementing some kind of easy mode could be a very easy solution to implement. Like every game that is single player and has some kind of health bar for you as a player, especially like platformers, just something like an invincibility buff will like be more than enough. Because of course, you know, if you're playing a platformer and you can't beat the platforming elements, there's only so much you can do to make it easy mode, of course. But you can maybe tune down like some of the repetitiveness, put down some waypoints. There's a lot of stuff. Of course, the different kinds of implementations might be varying in terms of how expensive they are, but you know. This is where people tell stories of bosses who ask them to do some things which the person knows is insane, then they do it out of malicious compliance, and the owner will basically almost lose a ton of money or something of the sorts because of his stupid decision. Okay, I see. Yeah, so complying being like agreeing to do something, and malicious that they do it even though they know it's a bad idea with the intent of it affecting the other party, the person in question negatively, I guess. There we go. I can imagine why that would be pretty fun, especially to hear about the aftermath of that kind of stuff. Because that's where all the juicy details come out. As long as the person in question who was just doing their job doesn't get fired. Which of course, if you're a good boss, you won't fire your employee for being right. I mean, that would just seem immoral. I'm sure some people still get fired even for Even though that might be the case, but you know. Actually, do we want a marketplace down here? We don't have one yet around, do we? No. But yeah, there were a lot of game developers in there that were just dead set on not even contemplating the idea, which is just, why? First off, why are you even in this discussion thread? I guess just to voice your opinion, but why? Just why? It's a little bit unnecessary and excessive. And where's the benefit? Okay, let's see if we can get this path in here somehow. Let's try it. Malicious means something like evil, bad intent. Yes. The reason why it's called malicious software. Oh, we do have a marketplace up there. Oh well, another one won't hurt. This one is being upgraded, it seems, right? Yes. Our combobulator, or recombobulator, is finished. That means our golems are getting repaired. Okay, we're doing okay on essence. Because we do have our battery down here. But yeah, I'm definitely one of those on that front where it's like, you should probably consider like ways to include more of your potential fan base. Because even if you might not necessarily gain a massive, like have a massive gain on like sales or anything because of this mode, or this like feature, I guess it would be, it doesn't necessarily mean that you won't get a payoff in the long term. Because there's all that, you know, company branding and stuff as well to consider, which means a lot these days, as far as I've been told. Because people want to be able to identify with brands that they like. There's a reason why, like, and that goes true with game developers too, like there's a reason why we talk about big name game companies that have done some amazing work in the past and get frustrated when they don't live up to that renown they've sort of accumulated through our childhoods. Blizzard. That's just one example, of course. It's also part of why Sea of Thieves probably spiked in popularity as quickly as it did. Because it's made by Rare, and Rare has a renown for having a pretty clean, like, what do you call it, quality, like, worth and stuff. Like a pretty clean track record, basically. Because they made Banjo-Kazooies and Banjo-Tooie, of course. I believe didn't they also make GoldenEye for the N64? They're also the people behind, or the developers originally behind Donkey Kong, right? I seem to recall. Like, now that I need to, like, remember all this stuff, of course I can, but They're behind like some pretty popular franchises, and of course in more recent times Sea of Thieves, right? So get rid of that junk, get that out of here. And that shit matters to people. But yeah, I mean, the difficulty thing, like RimWorld has it. It's got a peaceful mode. Literally no bad events can happen in that. And that's for people who just want to play it as a colony building game without like all the combat being a thing. Well, mainly not being a thing. Minecraft has creative mode, where it's literally just about building things. For those that just like the building aspect of the game. In fact, a lot of games that are very like it kind of comes with the name, right? But are within some kind of creative subgenre where you build things, or generally speaking, I guess more just create user-based content. So whether that's vehicle building or anything that involves like base building of some kind, tends to have a creative mode. Again, just to include more people into your user base. I also remember now there was a comment in there talking about that. Oh, here's like just another person who wants to like get more for less. Like it's bad enough that indie games are already super underpriced at like and people want more and more for less. Which sure, you're right. Video games, especially indie game titles, tend to be underpriced in terms of the value that a lot of them provide. For that person's case in point was that people nowadays want like $10 to $15 games that provide 200 hours worth of content, right? For playtime. Which is just absurd. Like, I agree, it is absurd to go by that standard, but it's kind of also hard not to when there are games out, when games are put out there that provide those experiences, or can at least. But that doesn't prevent you from putting a higher price point on your video game. Like, no one forces you to sell your video game at those low prices. The only reason why it feels like that is because it's like because other game companies might be doing that. But I don't know. A lot of indie game titles that come out on like early access priced at that $10 to $20 budget, like market price, also don't tend to have that much content in them, to be honest. But you know, making a video game is expensive. So if they didn't put it at that price margin, or when it inevitably will be worth the price tag, it's also really hard to sort of backpedal on that price too, right? Because then it's like, oh, I was an early supporter of the game and I bought it for $20 and now it's $15. What the fuck, you know? But that happens all the time, so I don't understand why any game developer would be complaining about that. Or gamer would be complaining about that, actually. There's a good amount of like early access titles that also come out with a price drop, and then the price is ramped up whenever it goes to full release for that exact reason. But a lot of games, they come out and then like a few months later they're already discounted by like 10 to 20% or something, if not more. Some games, they also come out with a discount attached to it to try and I assume, of course, I assume this is to try and circumnavigate that whole issue by saying like, okay, we have a base price that might be like, you know, $25, $30 or whatever, but we're giving you like a $5 to $6 discount on launch so that it can temporarily be cheaper without future like future audiences feeling cheated out of like the game having been cheaper, I guess. Because yes, if a game suddenly becomes, you know, $10 more expensive, that's a big deal for a lot of people apparently. Even though it's, you know, relatively speaking, not that much, honestly. But you know. What are you guys' opinion on that, if you have any, of course? I would like to hear it. Random chest opened out here. Well, we're definitely wanting to like speedrun these freaking fire pits here. Maybe I should just manually harvest them. Only buy games if you're actually interested in them. That's a valid point. I think we'll need to pause Rise to Ruins actually, because there's like a lot of sketchy stuff that could fuck me over if I'm not careful. This is funny. Everyone just like sort of went over to chainsaws and I'm all the way over here alone. Okay. Well. Nice. That's very interesting to see. Defensive buff doesn't really do any good on this one, does it? Yeah. Maybe haste would have been useful, actually. I didn't even kill that toad over there. Ooh. Good job. Okay, we did it. Fucking did it. Boy, you get free warrior scrolls. Can a lot of this battle pass progress today? Holy shit. Well, only one way to go. So let's do it. Still not like an awful lot of enemies, and they're not really like increased in level either, so... Huh. Well then... Let's see if I can figure out where people would like to be this time. Probably some people down there. Apparently some people over there. There you go. Plenty of options. So if they get cheaper, you're still satisfied? Satisfied. I guess I'm a little bit like that, but it's a weird one. Like, I don't think I can't even recall, because that would be a pretty big statement if I were wrong, but I'm pretty sure I have never ever refunded a single game on Steam, because I tend to be very cautious, I guess is not really the word, but I'm very deliberate when I purchase into like a game idea on the store, regardless of how far along it is. And I acknowledge what a lot of people don't, that the game is in early access, and as a result, is lacking in features and polish and what else. Don't really go above 30 euro for games anyways. See, that's actually another problem, Moohoo, in terms of the games industry. Because that mentality is also what's making it really hard for game developers to get started in the industry. Because in order to survive these days, you need to move so many units that at like a low price as well, because people don't want to pay a single cent for video games these days. That it's like borderline impossible to get started if you don't have a smash hit. If I think it is really good, I will, but most games don't strike me that much. See, the thing is that that still doesn't really... And it's not to bash you, of course. You know, I have the same spending habits to some extent. Where it's like, I'm looking at a game, it's like, oh, this game is like 25 euro and such. But remembering also that euro and dollar is not the same value. But if I were to convert that into local currency and compare it to other things that you could buy for the same amount of money, it's not really that much. It's like a very small amount of money. Like, the problem is that the $60 price tag has been really hard to shift into, like, you know, a higher price tag, as users just don't want to buy video games for more than at most $60. And you might be aware that, was it the PlayStation, the new PlayStation, where they wanted to ramp up the price for the video games, because like in an attempt, I guess, to try and push that sort of socially accepted price default up higher, basically. There were some things in relation to that. But if you were to follow like inflation and stuff, games should be way more expensive these days than it used to be. If you were also accounting for the cost of making video games. Because unlike a lot of other things, the cost for video games just keeps going up. Like, you would think that with better tools and more accessible ones, it would actually go down, but the reality just is that the tools also become more and more advanced, and as a result, the implementations with those tools also become more and more advanced and time consuming. So you need better skilled workers, you need to spend longer time developing your game if you want certain features that people want these days in particular, and a whole bunch of other things that just don't just make it always like make your price justifiable. I'm also 19, so that also doesn't really help with what I can spend. Yes, that's also a valid point. That is indeed a valid point. People in their teens is a bit of a weird spot, because when you're younger, you know, it's your parents and people in your family that will most likely be buying most of your video games. Unless you or me, of course. No, I got a lot of video games from my parents, and like, you know, gifts and birthdays and Christmases and stuff. But a good, most likely majority of video games I bought was also like, or acquired, were also bought directly by myself. I digress though. It's like, who do you cater to? Do you cater to the parents whose understanding of video games is only now becoming like better because that video game playing generation is like the older generation is getting more acquainted with video games now because it's shifting or do you cater to the young adults, teenagers, or whatever? In that case, that might be like a hardcore gamer themselves and may or may not have a good purchasing power. Difficult one for sure. And I remember being like 19 and not having a lot of money to spend on video games and such. And yes, you do highly contemplate where you want your money to go. Especially when you also have to contemplate whether or not you need to save up for the next console. Or new hardware for your computer. Which is, you know, also really expensive. You think the only games you've ever gotten was a complete collection of all Heroes of Might and Magic because your dad secretly also just wanted it. Okay. Interesting. I've gotten like a lot of video games over time. Many of which were, you know, wish-listed stuff for Christmas and such. But my mom is also, even today, like I would consider her a casual gamer, but, well, no, that doesn't really fit her, actually. On some accounts, she would be considered semi-hardcore. And hear me out. So she's of an older generation. Like, how old is she now? God. She's definitely above 60, right? Yes. Like, she's a grandma and everything, you know, gray hair and everything that comes with the territory. But she's like gotten into playing Lord of the Rings online at some point when I was still living at home. Or was it after? No, it was while I was still living at home. She started playing Lord of the Rings online. And it's actually a very interesting situation because she was very not opposed to the idea, but she was very cautious about it at first. Because she was worried because it was like an MMO and she didn't want to have to learn all these complex controls, and she didn't want to like have to figure out all these advanced systems that might be in something like an MMO and everything surrounded, you know. Because in order to play that game, you need to communicate with people. And though my mom knows a bit of English, and I'm fairly certain that it must have gotten better over the years, she still gave it a go though. And she eventually moved on into like a larger guild. They have their own Discord. And last time I asked her about it, she told me that she has a character of every single race in max level. Also because she has at least one of every class in the game at max level with all like Slayer deeds and all the stuff that you can complete basically completed for every single class. just let that sink in for a moment. She's played that game so freaking much at this point. And that's why I was like, I don't know if I would consider her casual or hardcore. Like, she's definitely like edging towards a more hardcore, like Lord of the Rings online player, I guess. Granted, you know, she still takes things on a bit more casual, slow-end approach, but she has pretty good game knowledge at this stage. To the point where sometimes when I've visited her, she'll go in and talk about like how it's cool and stuff that people want to get into all these dungeons and do things together, but how it's also very annoying when they don't know how to play a class and that kind of stuff. When they're like getting boosted or whatever the heck you can do in that game at this stage. And to me it's just very entertaining knowing, having experienced these exact situations myself, now having my mom sort of be able to experience those and you know, talk with her about it. It's just very, you know, it's not something you would expect that you would ever be able to do with your aging mom. But you know, growing up she also played video games semi with me, so if it weren't for her I wouldn't be as much into video gaming. I probably would still be playing video games, I would imagine, but I don't know. And she would read the text on screen telling me what I needed to do in order to progress. And of course the only way that she could figure that out was by playing the video games herself. And that sort of also just slowly resulted in her picking up video games on her own. So was it the Tomb Raider games, I think, were like bought semi for herself as well? That's one of the first like sort of shooter-like adventure games she kind of played. She also played through Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Final Fantasy 7 and 8. I believe she also, yeah, I think she also played through Final Fantasy 12 actually. Yes, 12. Just trying to get the numbers right. What else has she beaten? She's played some of the Assassin's Creed games, which, fun fact, I don't own any Assassin's Creed games. Those all belong to my mom because they were hers. She got them as a gift for her. And unfortunately, she kind of didn't continue playing those because when I moved away from home, I took my Xbox with me, and as a result, she hasn't been able to play. But still her games. What else? I mean, there's definitely some PC games. Like she's played Age of Empires as well. Both 1 and 2. Settlers Free is another one. It's kind of funny to think that she was like, at some point, better at Settlers Free than me. Now that I think about it. And occasionally, like, I would see, like, for instance, for Final Fantasy 12, because I still wasn't good at Final Fantasy games at that point, but I really liked, you know, the character designs, and turn-based combat was cool and stuff, but I just eventually got to a point where I got into a fight that I just couldn't win, like a boss fight, and I did the cheeky thing of loading up her 90%, 99% completed save right before Sanarkand, and yeah. I think Age of Empires is also one of the first games that sort of like got me into PC gaming, because the first console we ever had was an NES, and that was an old hand-me-down by the time we got it, so already then it wasn't that reliable to begin with. And with that we got all the free Super Mario Bros. Games, which was very nice. We got Top Gun, which you might know if you're familiar with Angry Video Game Nerd or any other kind of like nostalgia gaming YouTuber and such. It also had Ninja Turtles, which is also another notoriously difficult game. What else? Oh yeah, we had Kirby's Dream Land, or whatever it's called for the NES again. Because I know there was that semi-port to the which isn't really a port, but that was that like my Dreamland thing for the Game Boy, which I also got. Oh yeah, she's also played through Pokemon Fire Red and even has her own Game Boy somewhere. So I had Pokemon Yellow, she had Fire Red. We didn't have a link cable though, so I never got to experience the whole Pokemon trading thing. But like for Final Fantasy, for instance, because, you know, as you can imagine, even for her, those were pretty difficult games. Well, for those, she, and I shit you not, printed out a couple of binders worth of paper that was a completionist guide to these games, because the internet were a thing at this point. And she did find out that, you know, people have made like walkthroughs of this stuff. And here's a little bit of a word or like a mantra, I guess, to live by, according to my mom at least. If you haven't 100%ed a game, you haven't truly beaten it. That was her mentality back in the day. I don't know if that's still the case. I haven't actually asked her. It would be kind of fun to try and figure out. But the main like mentality behind it was not only to like say that, hey, if there's still stuff left to do in the game, you haven't really beaten it. And I remember getting like so mad at her whenever I said like, I finally beat like the last boss or like completed the last level in this game, and she said like, okay, but did you collect everything? And I went, no. Well, then you haven't beaten it yet, have you? Just like fucking burn, you know? So funny though. And as a result, whenever she got to play like the Final Fantasies games, especially like Final Fantasy, well, not especially, but you know, I don't know if it's actually the case with all of them or just some of them, but I know that in 7 and 8 there are instances where I believe there are things that will be unobtainable if you don't do it within certain sections of the game. And as a result, my mom didn't also want to, you know, miss out on content, so hence the guides and whatnot. But also because sometimes she just ended up stuck in games, and I don't know. We still have the binders at her house as well, by the way. Like they're still around, so it's pretty cool. And I think part of the mentality behind it might also be that you haven't really gotten the full worth out of a video game until you've 100%ed it. Basically saying that, you know, those video games are still expensive, and I don't know if that's been like part of why she went about it this way, but maybe to try and like keep me occupied with the games that I already had instead of constantly seeking out new experiences, I guess. Which is, I suppose, one way or one thing you can do when you're also raising your kids, is to like raise them into you know, getting this understanding that you don't need, like, you can make do with very little in terms of entertainment and such. And if you truly want to like experience something, then why not do it to its full extent, I guess. But maybe that's just me reading behind the lines more. Don't know if you guys agree, but it is what it is. Okay, so I've been talking for a while. We're in day 6. And I've completely lost track if we have any missions on the world map. Let's go and check, shall we? Speaking of Age of Empires, by the way, that is also probably the game that got me into wanting to do level design, or start doing that kind of level design stuff, at least. Sandy South Doggos, nah. Just gonna skip that one. Ooh, we got a loot box. Chest. Perk chest, what do we even call these? God chests? I can't remember. Yeah, doesn't matter. Road construction speed and maximum energy. Both really good, actually. I'll take those for sure. Well, they will help out regardless. And we don't really have any other objectives, so we don't have to worry about that for the next good while. Don't completely wall yourself in, you'll regret it. Yep, words to live by. Okay, corruption resistance, what's that looking like down here? Okay, I think we're good. Now we can start pushing in on the corruption instead. At least wherever we're allowed to like put them down, these fire pits. We're sort of encroaching in on our build limit, however, so we will have to build an ancillary or upgrade our existing things. Played the game you made a bit yesterday and you enjoyed it. Alright. Sad about the friend. Yeah, it's well, just to reiterate that, when I started working on that game that you played was after my friend told me that he wouldn't continue into the game development track and just become a regular or like a hardcore software engineer instead. So whatever is always like, you know, was accomplishable without his help at least. So there's only a few things I didn't make on by myself from scratch, and that's all the icons basically in the game. Those are all from asset packs, but everything that's three-dimensional, everything that's a game mechanic, everything that's a material texture on the terrain, all that stuff was made from scratch. Everything that's shaders is mostly made from scratch as well, so I've definitely put a lot of work into it over time, but yeah, it's like I'm worried that it wouldn't do too well as a commercial title either. I don't know if like enough people would be interested into it, because I tried to do a bit of digging into the idle game community to see if people in there would be interested in that kind of stuff, but the takeaway from trying to get their opinion was a little bit of a wake-up call, I guess, and also a little bit of a letdown, since a lot of people put out idle games very frequently, and the idle game scene is sort of plagued by a lot of very basic implementations, not to discredit the capabilities of people that make these video games, but idle games tend apparently to start out very simple with a basic idea where people do gradual like implementations and iterations in order to figure out what the end result is going to be. When I went in there, I already had what basically actually already had what you currently played. Like that was what I came in there with. That was my starting point. And one of the comments I got was, or some of the comments I got were around like, this was very polished and well developed compared to like the majority of things they see on that development scene. Which was a good thing, of course, in terms of, you know, getting attention at least. But because the problem is that because there's so many idle games constantly being pumped out by all kinds of people, those that are interested in these kind of games, their attention span is very small and very short. So unless you constantly pester them, you will basically get little to no feedback in return. And even worse, you get no interest in like spending money at all, because a lot of these idle games, you know, they don't cost anything. They tend to have like some kind of buy to skip mechanic where you can optionally purchase to like skip ahead in time or anything to the tune of that, you know, microtransactions and stuff. And to make matters even worse in my case, because there's so much junk, trying to not again diminish other people's creative capabilities and such, but because there's so much quote-unquote junk that gets put out on a daily basis, people on the scene are also very about what things they download onto their PCs, even if it's on something like itch.io, which is, you know, a reputable site. And as a result, when your game has, like a lot of games do, the possibility of triggering your antivirus software because it doesn't have a certificate whenever a random person like wants to try and install it onto their computer, it turns off a lot of people automatically there to begin with. And there's only a few things you can do about it. For context, in case you don't know, when I played it, it also didn't quite feel like an idle game. Yes, that's also a point we can get into, actually. You're right, and I would agree. The game sort of started out like, I wanted to make an idle game, but an idle game where you actually got to do stuff. An idle game which wasn't just about sitting around waiting for things to happen on their own. Hence, one of the things I took into that business panel I mentioned a few streams ago was that part of the whole concept for the game was that it was an idle game that you actually got to play. And that returns back to what I was saying that day, that they didn't know what an idle game was. So the statement or the concept of it's an idle game that you actually get to play, like, went over their heads, right? If I didn't spend at least 10 to 15 minutes explaining it, which is something I got bonked for, because you don't want to spend a lot of time having to explain things, because then your product is like already showing signs that it might not be a solid product. You know, the concept might not be solid enough. Is a catch-22, right? But I agree. I would actually rather consider it in the category of hidden, like it leans towards like it's an exploration game, but it's also like very similar to hidden object games if you've ever played those. I didn't know about that genre for like a very long time, because it's, to me, like not something I personally play, but it's something people do like to enjoy, especially in the mobile market. who you get a bomber scroll. And it's literally just like a game with like a two-dimensional area where you have like a list of things you need to find at the bottom of the screen. And once you find all those things, you complete the level and you move on to the next one. Very casual, very chill kind of gameplay, right? It's like a derivative of point and click games to some extent, I guess you could say. Yeah, I know those. Okay, good. So if you think about what those games are, I would say, like, you know, it's pretty similar to what I made. You just happen to be in a three-dimensional environment, but your goal is still to find things in the environment, explore it all those nooks and crannies. It's not explicitly like in the same way where, you know, you have to find specific things, mind you, but, you know, it's still the exploration part of the game that's the main draw towards it. Because all the levels in that game are handcrafted, so that allows me to like put in a lot of minute details and hidden things, which you probably, if you played for long enough at least, you would, I assume you would also have noticed that some levels had things that were hidden behind other things and stuff. But also when I first started developing the concept for the game, aka the prototype, aka what you see today, I was also thinking, okay, so what if you made a game all about resource collection? Mind you, this was before Forager came out, in case you've heard of or played that. But yeah, some things hidden in the terrain. Yeah, exactly. Just as like a little bit of an extra reward for exploring the map was the idea. But yeah, what if you had a game that was all about resource collection and processing? Like basically the definition of resource grinding the game, you know? Without it necessarily, hopefully, feeling like a grind. And that's where the whole, like that's why there's so many resources into the game. Both because of that concept, but also because I took it as a challenge to try and see if, to try and implement that level of resource diversity in some way. And you know, what you've played is just how far I've gotten, and there were other things that I want to do too. Like one of the things I have worked on after I released the demo was a artifact / item crafting system where you could expend those resources into sort of artifact crafting, and those artifacts would then give you global buffs of some kind. But other than the UI framework, I didn't get any further than that. So, and then I sort of shelved the idea because, like the whole project entirely, because there just wasn't enough interest there and I couldn't gain any traction with it. Or at least not enough to continue the project. Rather, I can continue the project, but Danish laws are what they are, so don't want to like do any unnecessary risk at the moment. And you can very easily, like, if you get into making video games, you can very easily get into that mentality that, oh, I have like another idea I really want to implement. And just the other night, actually, I got like this fit of sort of in my head doing a fuck ton of like game design on like, okay, if you were to do a dwarf romantic game, but make it more like have more like RTS mechanics into it and turn it into a roguelite, what would it look like? So keep the original style of gameplay where Your goal is still to put down 6-sided tiles. Each side of the tile still has like those landscaping features on them that connect with a similar feature onto other tiles, and you get bonuses for matching tiles correctly together. So how could you take that concept, develop onto it further, and make like a different, like very different kind of game experience out of it without completely removing the core principle? Because at its core, Dwarf Romantic is very simple, right? Even like the end goal of the game is literally just to get a high score. All the unlocks, as far as I can tell, are purely cosmetic. Which, you know, they knew what they were going for, and it's good because it's a very simple thing to implement. Something like a high score is a very, very simple to implement end goal because it's just a number that keeps incrementing. But I was thinking, like, how could you turn that into like a game where you do more with the tiles, you know? And then I ended up not being able to fall asleep because, you know, probably know how it is. Your brain just starts working on things that it doesn't help you fall asleep. But I think I came up with some pretty good ideas. And like trying to keep the simplicity in check, which is the most important thing, because if you want to implement the game, you need to make it achievable too. Otherwise, you just have a good idea, but if you're unable to achieve the end goal, then you're kind of just doing wishful thinking. I know that, yes. But yeah, so what I was thinking is, okay, what if you turned it into a roguelite where instead of giving you a score every time you put down tiles, you would get some kind of resource instead. So for instance, in Dwarf Romantic, they have trees, they have houses, they have cornfields. So what if, like, as an example, you put down a tile with some, you get a tile and you put down a tile with some forest on it, and then for each of those trees on that tile you get like a certain amount of wood resource, for instance, right? Which means that as a baseline, making progress in the game is a no-brainer. You put down tiles to gain resources. Simple. Now in Dwarf Romantic, the way that you get tiles is dictated by your ability to complete quests and make perfect matches for the tiles, meaning that one tile needs to have all 6 sides connect up to the right type of, you know, tile features on there. Well, what if whenever you match up 2 tiles of, like 2 sides of a tile, that, like if you match them up correctly, you just gain twice the resources. That would already motivate you to like match up tiles correctly pretty well, because instead of just getting, you would basically get twice the resources for like both tiles, right? So at first you put down one tile, it gives you like a starting amount of resources, but then if you combine that with an adjacent tile that fits it, then you get resources for that tile again, which, you know, instead of just putting them down willy-nilly. And since in Dwarf Romantic you gain more tiles by completing quests, I would probably do something similar, where the quests could be again like in a similar way, or exact same way maybe even, where you know, you need to connect a certain amount of tiles in order to get like quest progression. I would probably simplify some of the ways that the difficulty curves, maybe, I don't know. Because the way it curves in Dwarf Romantic, it doesn't seem to like account for instances where it might be impossible to put down like the roots, without starting a completely new set of tiles, and that will basically kill your run, because now you need to put down 100 something houses in connection with this new tile with 20 tiles available to you, and that's what usually kills my runs. And the only way to prevent that from happening in Dorfromantik is to cap off all your tile features, all your areas. So you need to cap off your city, like your large city, before you get another city or house related quest, so that any you know, requirements on that quest would be like more to the tune of maybe like 30 houses instead of 100 and something. Because that's the thing, as long as you have a city with, you know, hundreds of houses connected, it'll still generate those quests to you, as long as it's not capped off. Even if it might require you to get like a railway station or a railway in order to cap it off. And even then, like, you wouldn't even be able to complete the quest even if you made that part of that infrastructure to begin with. The worst part about it, I think, is that all those cases where you might not be able to cap off a like town or whatever, the tile that you get with a city quest, like a town, like a house quest, can't even be put down in connection with these things, because you're required to use a train tile or something. Yet for some reason it still assumes that this would be doable, is like what it feels like, you know, which is a very weird way of doing it, which is probably just a side effect of Dorfromantik being in development, you know. But then instead of it being like always the same tiles that you have available to you and stuff, could be interesting to make some kind of like crossover into some deck building stuff, where it's like you'll get tiles infinitely in the same way as with Dorfromantik, for as long as you're capable of. But the types of tiles, what if you could switch out the types of tiles that would be in the deck, basically, like be in the draw pile? It might kind of work out with the resource system, because in order to get certain resources you would need certain tiles to be in your deck. And in order to get far, maybe, or whatever, like you could do all kinds of stuff with these tiles then all of a sudden, because you could swap them out, right? So you could have tiles that rely on some kind of synergy with existing tiles. You could have a run where, you know, you only focus on one kind of resource and thus only put those types of tiles in there. Maybe not allowing you to get that far because, you know, variety might put a stop on you, make the quests too difficult, whatever it may be. Or you might just be in a situation where you could maybe continue infinitely to a certain degree, or maybe infinitely actually, but, you know, not have any reason to, because you got what you needed. You could also say, like, put in some kind of requirements, like you need a certain amount of tiles and tile variations in order to start a map, so that you can't just choose the game by only doing one resource and stuff. You could also maybe mix that with the tile features, because, you know, in Dorfromantik there's many tile variants of the same terrain types, so you could have like more variations as well. So if you don't want like certain connections in there because they're like hard to apply or whatever, you could just completely leave them out, because I think that would be kind of interesting, because it would sort of allow you to, as a user, customize your own playstyle a bit more. With Dorfromantik, you're forced into playing the game in a very specific way in order to play it well. Which, is the game gonna crash? Because it kind of just froze. It might crash. Nope, okay. Oof. Interesting. Also a bit sketchy. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, Dorfromantic doesn't really allow you to play the game in a lot of ways. There's only one real way to play it, and that's to go for tile synergy as your number one, and then hope to RNGs is that you get the tiles needed in order to accomplish that, and then not build yourself into a corner, basically. Preferably, you will also segregate your terrain types into larger clumps, and from what I have figured out, you probably also want to have at least two collections of the resource or terrain features that you build upon over time. Reason being that way, if you get a quest for, say, you need to build more houses into like a city, then you can build on your city number 2, and then when you get the next set of quests, you can build on your city number 1. And if at some point you need to cap off one of the 2 cities, you still have a very large city, so that if you get a new city quest, you can still continue playing, basically. It's a bit weird how that works, to be honest, because that whole thing about how many structures you need also affects, and I don't understand this either, like it affects the goals that are further out. Like when you build out towards something that you have no idea what it is until you get like super close, those things also are affected. Like if you have a huge city of 200 houses somewhere, and there's a city somewhere out in the random that you spawn in as one of those quests, then that will also require you to do 100 something houses in order to complete it. And when that happens, you're basically like fucked. Like you can't do it. You will never be able to do that quest, because how many houses do you get on the largest tiles? Not a lot. So if you need to do like 100 and something houses, it's just impossible. Sounds like a combination of Dorfromantic and Loop Heroes. Yes, I think you're about right, because that's also like after, because my brain works in that way it does, it kind of comes up with these hypothetical ideas and how to, like, okay, so what if you did like this, would that work, and like what would you do with it, and would it be fun, how could you expand upon it, that kind of stuff, you know. It comes from somewhere, you know, and you tend to take inspiration from games that you're recently playing, you know, and I would say that it's definitely inspired by those two. It's like a bit of a mix. But it's also, when I was playing Dorfromantic on stream a couple days ago, one of my friends, Loki, he came on and he said like, oh, he really liked the look of the game, and he commented that it could be like cool to have like some kind of like army management or combat based thing, or like having to take out encampments or something that spawns on the map or something to the tune of that. Like he could easily see that, and I would agree with it. Like I could easily see a fantasy variant of Dorfromantic that includes some kind of combat system. And I was like also hypothesizing while trying to sleep, okay, how would you even do combat in a game that's all about placing tiles? Well, what if you extend it, like, you know, you need to work with its strengths. So what if you take the tiles that are already like core to the game, and you just have like with the quests maybe, or have tiles that are related to it. Have tiles where some of the edges just have like a group of soldiers, like an army, basically. And instead of necessarily matching that army, and then you can either match that army up with another army edge, so to speak, or match it up with like an enemy encampment or some kind of enemy army. And then, you know, doing those would give you specific rewards. Since they kind of, it would be like a bit of a I don't know if it really would, because it's a little bit just the same as normal, but it works, it tweaks the normal way that the tiles behave just ever so slightly, because you're technically matching up two opposing tile edges in order to get a reward instead of two of the same, you know? Like, you would, in this way, I think you should still be able to do 100% like a perfect matched sided tile if you match it up with just two armies on both sides, or however many sides they connect on. But if you want the true, like the best reward, you would match it up with an army, which would also be a perfect match. I was also contemplating, like, okay, could you then take those armies when they're capped off and do something even more with them, so that it gets turned into like a military base or settlement or a resource generating something, just something, you know, so that the tiles also evolve to some point. I was also playing with the idea, what if you like had tile additions or augments instead of tiles themselves? So in your tile pile, or wherever, however that would be visualized, you could also acquire augments that could be put on top of existing tiles that would then enhance them in one way or another. Because in Dorf Romantic, you occasionally get like those objective tiles that are just like fancy reskinned versions, or like have fancy buildings on them, like a windmill and that kind of thing. But the windmill doesn't really do anything. It's just visually pleasing and animated, right? But it could be interesting to have a similar thing, like if you put down this windmill next to a cornfield, what if it doubles the yield of any attached cornfield here? Maybe. So that you both get like command buy noodle stand 69. God damn it. God damn it, Pikachu. Can't take that seriously anymore. Okay, back on track before I get distracted from noodle stands. But then imagine that windmill would take all the crop fields that are attached to it, including the ones you've already placed, and then further double the yield even more, or something to the tune of that. I don't know if it would get too crazy, like say you have 3 windmills in the same farm. It would be, you know, multiplied by 2 to the power of 3, for instance. Or yeah, to the power of 3, right? So maybe work on that idea a little bit, but something, you could do something there, I would say. I don't know. Could also make it possible to create quests where you go against an AI which places their tiles. Yeah, that would be like a different map mode, but the reason, and I contemplated that as well, but the reason why I very quickly dismissed that idea is that AI is very difficult, or not necessarily difficult is not the right word, like it is, can be complicated to implement, but AI is also very expensive to implement. And if you want to release it, if I were to make this game, it would have to be very, very as simple as it could possibly be, while still getting the core in there and be expandable, right? Because that's the biggest downfall of my already existing game, is that it's just too complex for one person to develop, and for people to get into. Well, not really. Like, I guess it's really simple to like collect resources, but it's complicated for me to extend upon that resource gathering system and, you know, make something interesting with the resources. And holy shit, there's a lot of enemies here. Burn, please. They kind of just like freak the fuck out. Okay. Maybe not even AI, but just have an already existing something on the map. Yes. See, that I was contemplating, like, and it's already in Dorf Romantic. It could literally just be a full, like an enemy encampment that would function like an enemy army or whatever, but it's like every single edge, and it would just appear like those things you discover in Dorf Romantic in the exact same way, except it's like maybe quest related or something. That could be something. One way to do it. Like, say you need to have a certain size army to oppose this fortress in order to take it down. That would be the logic, right? So when you get near it, you would surround this tile with units, so to speak. But like, because you might, if we just play with the idea a little bit, and let's assume that you have this whole deck building thing, this whole resource gathering thing, and you actually do stuff outside of the whole tile placing core loop of the game, right? Because that's all that Dorf Romantic is. You place down tiles until you run out, and then you can place more tiles and try and get a better score. That's literally all Dorf Romantic has right now. And even upcoming is just a creative mode where I guess you can just put down things until you make it look nice, which... meh. Think you need to play Knights and Merchants someday and stream. This game reminds me of that. Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if the guy who developed this probably got took inspiration from the art style of Knights and Merchants. Actually, speaking of true, maybe we just need to play Knights and Merchants on stream one day. How about that? Because you're the one who introduced me to that in the first place. I know you're not fond of English, but maybe we can make an exception and just do a Danish stream, and then chat will just have to like make do with whatever it is. Like, for sure, if I had like channel point redemptions or anything like that, one of them would definitely be like a talk Danish or something for like a minute or two. Maybe I can try. Well, I mean, your schedule's always like so whack anyway, so... but maybe. I do know that you just need, like, technically you just need enough beer and it doesn't matter, but, you know, then you would have to have started way before we start streaming. By the way, did you see that Power Dude, as to try and not dox him again, put up an event on Facebook for a LAN party? He thought that apparently I was being too slow about it. Which, to be fair, I should probably just have said, like, can you just organize one? So he's organizing one at his place now. Oh, that one, we have it at home. Knights and Merchants? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, this is... oh, I forgot. This is freaking food. This is not crystals. Derp. Yes. It is very similar, isn't it? Structures aligned to a grid, pixel art, have small villagers move around. Very, very similar. But yeah, I was like this close last night to get out of bed and just open up Unity and just make like a quick prototype of that idea. Just to see how quick it would be to make a Dwarf Romantic clone copy thing. Obviously not with the intention of, you know, ripping them off their idea entirely. It's just because I was thinking, okay, well, okay, I really like the idea of the tile placement and edge matching idea. That's like super appealing, very easy to understand from people, and so fucking addicting that I just want to do like my own game. You know, it's that thing where it's like, man, I really wish I'd come up with that idea, because now I have to come up with something that's better than what they did somehow, and not feel like a straight ripoff. But it's like there's only so many ways that you can implement tile placement. Because I was thinking, okay, you can't really do a three-sided tile, because yes, it would work, but three sides on a tile doesn't really make for many strategic options and tile variations. And I think they've pretty much hit the nail on the head that a six-sided tile is probably the most fitting shape. You could probably do square tiles as well, or do like a tile placement game that doesn't use the whole edge alignment thing, but I think that is like such a huge part of what makes Dwarf Romantic so addicting and challenging, that if you didn't include that as well, it would just not be the same. So I don't know. Moohoo, you get 2 Centurion Scrolls. Congratulations. But yeah, like, after visualizing the things that you need to do in order to there's an Orc Slayer, right? Which one was that again? Shoot. Oh, there it is. Bury the Gnome Orc Slayer. Freaking weird ass skin. There you go. Plenty of space to work with. But yeah, it's like, after my brain went through that whole like roller coaster of doing mental game design, because none of this is on paper, this is all just from memory and just thinking about it, because I felt that it was like such a good idea, you know, because I can't really take credit for a good chunk of it, because, you know, Tucana, the developers behind Dwarf Romantic, came up with it after all. But it's just like such a, like, the extension of that idea that I want to make is just so appealing to me that I really just want to do it. I really just want to make it, but I also know that if I get started on it, and if I wanted to go anywhere, I would have to like work on that every single day. And right now it's just so bad timing, because I'm moving into that different bracket of social benefits, and I'm getting like my second COVID shot in like 2 days. It's just incredibly bad timing to start a project like that. But if everything like sort of normalizes around my own personal situation, then maybe I will actually make like a thing for it. Because I'm also thinking that it doesn't seem like something that would take too long to make a workable prototype and get like tested, I guess. You're getting your own second shot on the 30th, and I'm getting mine on the 26th. So I'm expecting to, like, I am going in with the assumption that I will go home and lay down and be sick at some point. Hopefully not for too many days in a row. If at all, of course, you know, I don't hope for it, but it does mean that you have to kind of time it with grocery shopping and everything else so that you don't end up being stuck at home for 3 days and run out of food or something dumb like that. But that would be a bummer, to put it lightly, I guess. But then regarding that whole game idea as well, like one of the issues with the other title is that sound. I don't really do sound myself. And Dolph Romantic doesn't really have that many sounds as well, so I might even be able to convince a friend and acquaintance of mine who does sound for like professional work. I've worked with him before on like a game project that we did, and he's also the one who made the music for the Monster Stone trailer. So if the entirety of that tile placement game were to be finished first with placeholder sounds, and there aren't that many, I might be able to convince him to make a soundtrack and make finalized assets maybe. Or if I could get the game released into an early access and it could get some traction and I could get a budget to work off of and get off social benefits maybe even, that would be even more amazing. And then eventually maybe pay for proper sound implementation. Because I'm sure he would love to work on such a project. Because I know he's into the Myst series. Because he kept talking about that over and over. Well, not over and over. He didn't overdo it. He just very frequently referred back to the Myst series. I've never played them, but as far as I know, they're point-and-click adventures, right? And he was talking like from a sound development perspective, as far as I can recall. It would be so embarrassing if I was completely wrong on this, but I'm fairly certain that I'm correct at least. Okay. It's spring, we've almost beaten the corruption, we don't even have roads. Or rather, not even the ability to build roads. Because we don't even have a Waymaker shack. Does this count as beating the corruption before spring is even over? I guess you chat can you guys can be the deciding factor on that one. I would say it counts. But yeah, also like developing a game like that probably would mean that I would have to be a bit creative with my streaming schedule and like process. Because I've already like sort of thinned out my streams to be more frequent and shorter duration. And a little bit, which opens up for a little bit more and open up for a little bit more variation along with it. But if I were to work on game development, then I would, if I were to stream, I would have to stream game development. Like, it's the only thing that I could go about that. And I don't know if people would be that interested in that kind of stuff. The benefit from my perspective, of course, if I were to do that, would be that I might become more visible to other game developers, or it would make it easier for me to make myself more visible at least, because I could like post stuff that, hey, I'm streaming game development over here, or hey, have you seen the latest VOD where I'm like making this feature and such. I don't know. Obviously having so I placed units and you get more OP in Stream Raiders. Let's see. Not quite. It's a collaborative effort, meaning we work together. So if you're in chat when I'm doing Stream Raiders and we are victorious on a map, rewards are gonna drop that will allow you to upgrade your own units. And if you're in chat, there's like bonus rewards in there that tend to be more randomly distributed towards viewers rather than people in Stream Raiders, so you get progress that way, I guess. But it's not like necessarily you place down units and I get stronger. That depends entirely on what unit you put down. Like if you put down a flag bearer, which is a buff unit, it will buff all surrounding units. If you put down a healer, they will heal surrounding units. But if you put down a tank, they'll do what a tank does. And the same for any kind of DPS. The reason why there's so many variants on DPSs and tanks though is because they have different strengths and weaknesses. And then on the world map, if we go and do certain challenges that reward specific chests, you might also get even better rewards as a result. Or get skins for your account. It's all about that vanity, yo. But yeah, game development, definitely something I would like to do like full time, but without the financial backing to get into it, it's too much of a risk for me to warrant doing it at the moment. And probably ever in terms of like not having like enough of a savings or anything. So skins, microtransactions and stuff. Yes. Going for the 100%, right? 100% on taking out the corruption. Yeah, I couldn't help it, Pikachu. You've infected me with microtransactions and stuff. To go back on our previous conversation. Which one? Because now I'm a little bit lost. Not really digging too much in here because there's enemies. Ah, okay, good. Yeah, I'm just making sure. I thought that's what you meant. Yeah. Want to not do stuff by half measures if you can help it at least. Not 100% not complete it. Yeah. It's like it doesn't just apply to video games after all. You can apply that to everything else too. To be fair though, if it comes to game development, if we were talking about not finishing Monster Stone with the intent of starting a new project, is not necessarily a bad way to go about it. A lot of successful game developers out there, like Hopfrog, who is the developer behind Forager, for instance, if you go and read, and it's in-game by the way, in-game story about how Forager came about being a thing, you'll see and read that he also made a lot of different games and participated in game jams and all kinds of stuff before finally having success with Forager, which is a game that I don't remember if he developed it at or had already started developing it and just continued developing it at a game jam, but regardless, he ended up getting it, having like another person to sit around, like he was supposed to go and show off a game at a panel, like Forager at that point, at this game jam, and he had like some person at his place sitting and playing the implementation that he had at that point. And it turns out that eventually and this is like, you know, almost a fairy tale kind of situation, but it went something along the lines of this. The person, one of the people from the panel, whom this were like dropping by Hopfrog's Forager situation because they were looking for the guy who was playing his game, like Forager at the moment, because that guy apparently got so immersed into playing Forager and hooked that he ended up like not getting to his own his own talk at that panel. And as Hopfrog put it, as far as I remember, he basically goes on to explain that instead of going on to that panel, this guy who was like playing that early version of Forager ended up just talking about Forager instead of going to the panel, and he ended up talking about it with that guy from the panel instead. And I can't remember if the guy at the panel was like, or if it was the person playing, but one of them I believe was like some person associated with Humble Bundle, and that gave Hopfrog enough of a traction and to like eventually go full-time on Forager. I'm fairly certain, and this is just an assumption, but I assume that it is a little bit more complex than that, you know, going through all the financial sides of things, but you know, it just goes to show that sometimes you just gotta be at the right time amongst the right people with a good idea that's got like enough to show that you can gain that initial traction. And then once you do, go full on. But I've just not had that moment myself. And Hopfrog has like made all those different games before that no one were interested in playing. And it definitely feels that way, right? Like with Monster Stone. If I look at the statistics for how many people have played that game compared to what it should have done to be successful, it's like not enough. It's not enough. And from what I hear from experts, if you want to get like a publisher to back you up, publishers are more interested in buying into game development teams than individuals. Meaning that if you're an independent developer, your chances are very slim of getting sponsored by a publisher. Because since you're only one person, chances of you succeeding are way less than if you're a well-oiled machine working together as a team. That rhymed awkwardly enough, but the general just being that teams are more prone to like succeed because they already have all the manpower needed in order to realize the idea, and don't need to rely on a what-if scenario. And that's another thing that's working against me. Because, and I think I did mention this when I was originally talking about Monster Stone, but basically to recap, the general gist is that I tried to reach out to people that I knew would have the experience to become like a game programmer on like as like working on Monster Stone, or someone with experience in project management, all that stuff. But some of them showed like exhibited verbal interest in the idea. None of them really... Why can I not? Oh, it's not in range. Bullshit. But none of them really wanted to be very proactive about it. And as such, when you have to both act as project manager, programmer, art director, designer, both game designer, level designer, everything, you know, when you have to act out everything, community manager even, you know, then it becomes hard to get anything done. And that was the whole point of trying to attract other people's interests in this idea, with like this prototype, essentially, with the prospect of helping to build the company and being co-owners into the whole deal, you know, so that they would co-own the idea, and as such could also have a say in the direction of the company and the game's development entirely. Because that's the whole point, is to delegate all the work, right? So that you're not left around having to make all the decisions. It's also very scary to get told that you have to think in those sort of concepts when you've entirely, like as a solo dev, been building this game all by yourself, and now you kind of have to let go on a lot of things that you want to have a final say in. But you can still do that, right? It's like a bit, what do you call it? Unjustified fear, I guess you would say. Unreasonable fear. Because at the end of the day, everyone just wants the best for the game, right? True, the worst that could happen is feature creep, where it's like, oh, can we do like this thing for the game as well? And then I get told no. Or rather, yes, but that would mean that the game would never be finished. And that's also something that was commented towards me, actually, in terms of Monster Stone, because I listed all the things that were in the game and I wanted to do with the game, and had like a, let's call it framework. A lot of it has the framework to be implemented into a large-scale thing. But a lot of those features were considered potentially unnecessary, and the fear was that it was just a bunch of unnecessary things tacked onto the game that would mean it would never be finished. And being told that you need to like consider maybe pulling out some ideas from a game, it's really hard when you've already dead set in your mind made up that like this is what you want the game to be eventually, and you know that you can do the things that you want to accomplish. It's just gonna take time. But then if the reality is that you don't get to have that time, which, you know, clearly I don't, yeah, that's a very heavily demotivating factor too. Which is why, when going back to that whole Dolph Romantic inspired game, is why it has to be well thought out, but also fairly, you know, straightforward, simple. clear in terms of the design and what the end goal for the game should be. Because with Monster Stone, it was very fluid to begin with. Since I just had the idea that, okay, I want to have this resource gathering system, and that should be like a major aspect of the game. But other than the, you know, arguably, let's call it addicting, or what's it called? Nice feeling experience of collecting resources. Because it feels good to collect resources in the game, even better if there were proper like sound effects to go with it, I would say. It's just not enough to make a video game, right? Because you just end up with a long list of things that you can collect, but nothing to use it on. True. You currently have like a never-ending supply of upgrades for some of the materials. As like an example of what could be implemented for all the resources. And then eventually like expand upon it by... Because that's the good thing about having a universal resource system like that, is that you can use it for virtually any part of the game. You just need to make those systems though eventually. But you can do that as like at like any point in the life cycle of a game. You could do it as a DLC, you could do it as like a starting point for the game. You could... Oh shit, this is bad. Oh, this is not good. Shit. Shit, 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 shit. Well. Fuck. Can you see this? This is what you don't want to happen. Shit. Well. Rip. Fuck. Okay. No need to panic yet. Why does this not? Okay, now I need to panic. Can I like Alt F4 the game? This is really bad, by the way. You can see how fast the corruption is just spreading into the map now. Because it's just gonna keep spreading now, wherever it can. Okay. Hope you're watching this. And we had the corruption on like day 10. But now it's probably gonna be like day 30 or something stupid. Because it spreads like wildfire. And it keeps spreading like wildfire until the corruption threat is like down. Which still a bit of a ways off, unfortunately. And this is like not where you want the corruption to be at in this bullshit forest. Well, this is really, really bad. Because it's like spreading into places I don't want it to be. So I might actually have to just deconstruct these as well to force the corruption in here instead. To sort of demotivate it from spreading into other places, and just because it can, and it will. Fuck. That's a big old fuck. Let's open up all the way out here too. Oh, Fuck. Well, I hope you find this exciting though, because this is stressing me out big time. Shit. This is gonna be like really difficult to deal with now. Because it's spreading faster than I can deal with the corruption. I think it's also because it's still counting towards the corruption resistance if I don't like straight up demolish these things. Hopefully that does the trick. Otherwise I'm screwed. And we'll just have to like migrate away from this map and just say like, whatever. As long as we can survive a year, we're good. After all. I don't like how fast this is spreading. Could you like please slow down? Because sure, the corruption has gone in here, but now it's just like down here instead. And that probably sprung out from one corruption tile somewhere in this forest area bullshit down here that I couldn't see because it was covered by a forest. And now it's too late because there's no... This game is permanently in Iron Man mode. There's no loading a previous save in this game. You're like... have to live by your choices. Which is why that whole corruption situation is so scary too. Because if I could go back like just before I demolished that because you couldn't cancel it either, I would do it in a heartbeat. Like just to not deal with this aftermath that I now have to deal with. Okay, Stream Raiders is ready. Okay. Oh, right. Good thing is that forest is fast and easy to remove. That's also a bad thing, I guess. Shit. Well, are you guys ready to wreck some bastards? Here you go, have a damage increasing buff, I guess. It's just like a tank all the way down there. What the fuck, Pikachu? Or Warrior. Ooh. It's just a lot of trash mobs, and then there's a unit here just doing AoE damage. Well, that rogue can like distract that huge orc guy, I guess. We'll surely win this, right? As long as our healers can keep up the tanks. Might be a bit of a long shot. Those Black Bear was buffing the Hacha. We did it though. Dun, 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 dun. Or you get 2 Monk Scrolls. I Pikachu, you get some Musketeer Scrolls, and Greg, you get a Centurion Scroll. Congratulations, that is the boss defeated as well, leading us on to another map. Wow, that's just a giant cat, isn't it? Missing kitty. What the heck? Okay, so there's a skin chest down there. I always try and go for those. So I guess we'll just start down here. I think this will also be the last Stream Raiders, so for today, so give it a go. Give it an honest go. Guess I can pop down a Templar to make that quest progress. But I don't know or think if I'll ever get to like do enough. Whatever. Alright. Now this game. Can we save it? Probably. Will it be easy? Depends on how you look at it, I guess. This is also another thing that makes it a little bit difficult, because if someone's already on the way to like a fire pit with resources, they won't take local resources to build it with. Which obviously would have been the more efficient decision to do. The good thing is that we're at least still only on day 10, which means the enemies are not that strong yet. And since we're using golems, it doesn't matter where the enemy decide to hit us, the golems will be there to defend. Right? Because if we had like a wall line somewhere and we felt like we're taking out the corruption, but then it like spreads underneath that wall line because we weren't paying enough attention, as I clearly weren't. Yeah, that could be pretty bad, because then all your towers are in one end of the map, but they're not doing you any favors because they're far away from where the enemies will even appear at, so that can easily kill you off too, since you have nothing to defend yourself with, maybe. And that's not a situation you want to find yourself in. Okay, I feel like I need to put down fire pits this way too. And the fortunate thing is that I have plenty of build limit to mess around with. The bad thing is that I also need to use that build limit quite generously. Let's put down a lumber shack though. Conjure essence, let's change that to a construct spell. Because that will immediately build that thing, so I don't need to wait. Okay. So now it's just a race against time, or race against corruption, I guess. Because look at all this darkness. Oh god. Ah, it's spreading down on the bottom of the map, which I don't want it to get into this huge area down here either, because that would be pretty bad. If I can help it at least. At least we have plenty of wood to build all the fire pits with, but yeah. And I guess the building situation for the corruption isn't the best either, so yes, they're still around, but also they're in like a really cramped tight spot. So hopefully that's gonna be enough for us to still win this. Wow, that guy really just came down there with resources quickly. Can I? Do I, though? Come on, you guys, we're almost down there. Since we have this fire pit here, you know, they can't expand further out on that left side, so they're just like squeezing through wherever they can on this side. And that means that, oh no, there's like a small gap. Okay, that's fine. We'll just have to put in a fire pit here, I guess. Can't really, it can progress quite up quite far, but not that much again. It's not that detrimental. Phew. Okay, now we just gotta start pushing again. Now, the most sensible decision would be to push over here where it all started, because that should make the corruption retract. Or it shouldn't make the corruption shouldn't stay along for much. As far as I know, the way it's intended to work is that the longer time corruption has been present on a tile, the longer it takes for it to revert. But since all that is like basically freshly generated, my assumption is that it also means that it'll be fast and quick to revert for us. We do need some build limit to be reclaimed though. And I don't want to mess with this area because I don't know if there's some underlying corruption somewhere. Probably not, but you never know. But yeah, if we sort of just go all in on all these places that we can build these fire pits, then we should be able to quickly reclaim what was lost as well. Which is at least something that's considered positive, I suppose. And doesn't mean that it's gonna be easy. But damn. I could easily have spread to the entire map. And as soon as it like happened, it just... Fuck. Be heading off. Have a nice one. Okay, boy, I'm not... You don't want to hang up for the last... I guess you were around for the boss fight, so... But yeah, good to have you here again. I'm planning on streaming again tomorrow. I just hope that my sleep schedule or my sleep doesn't mess with me as much again. So, do drop by. Maybe we'll play some Loop Hero again or Rise to Ruins. I'm not entirely decided yet. But have a good one. Okay, I don't think I have to worry about those up there. I was also thinking about maybe streaming some Starbound at some point. Because like, since I've been playing that, I've already got like a head start in that. I don't know if that would be a weird thing to stream. Like in the middle of something. I guess I kind of did the same with Loop Hero, so... I'm probably just overthinking it. And then there's, of course, the case with RimWorld. But that's like the thing, since this week I'm getting that second shot, and I'm trying to compensate in terms of streaming by just having... I mean, the idea was to have a longer stream today at least, which technically is like 1 hour longer than I did last week, which is not that big of a difference. And I was intending to like stream since early in the morning, but... Sleep, man. Just sleep. But yeah, because I'm getting that second shot this week, and I might be out of commission for the weekend, and I need to still do some prep to do RimWorld, it doesn't seem like RimWorld's going to be likely for this weekend either. And I'm kind of okay with it. RimWorld is sort of ready for me in terms of what I wanted to do, but then there are certain things that's also just not ready. Like the Dragon's Descent mod hasn't been updated, for instance. And I did want to like include that this time around. As well as like I did last. But if it's not updated, you know, you can't really do anything. Well, you can wait. But I know a lot of my viewers out there, you guys are probably itching for some more RimWorld. And maybe not people in chat right now, but at least people that have been around for a good amount of time in the past. Fritz. Burn, motherfucker, burn. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like the logic of corruption being harder to reclaim based off how long it's been corrupted. Like, that doesn't necessarily seem that true. It definitely feels a bit incorrect. Either that or the margin for having been there for too long is just very sort of small when you have a large corruption threat. Actually, we have borderline no corruption threat at the moment. How's that? How's that possible? Is it because we're not really squeezing in yet on the corruption? To be fair, it's a little bit hard to do when there's all this forest in the way. And I guess there is a huge part of the map that's still available to the corruption, so maybe not that strange after all. But yeah, it might very well end up being a thing where we'll have to like finish off the corruption in the next stream. I don't think we'll be making it before the end of this one, at least. As long as it's contained though, then that's at least something. And again, at the end of the day, I mean, we don't even need to send in, like, migrate people across from this place, because the only two places it's connected to are places we've already been and are well established and have defeated the corruption. So at the very worst, we would only have to survive here for a year in order to do the objective. So even if the corruption doesn't completely get under control, it's not the end of the world for this place. I would prefer it if we could get the corruption out of here though, but you know, can't have everything. Yeah, we probably need to get all this wood sent home because it's turning into wooden trash, or woody trash, as it's called. Maybe we need some more waymakers, actually. I don't know why I didn't... I guess I was distracted enough to not contemplate it. Because having one is definitely not enough for the amount of roads that need to be built and maintained. I was also thinking that having more maintainers will help us clear out the trees. Okay, now it's daytime. I can see things a little bit better because it's not covered in darkness. Gonna get me some of that advanced darkness. And these dried out shrubs though are definitely making it a bit difficult to figure out where things start and stop. Yeah. Oh, these are not connected because a tree regrew. They still provide corruption resistance as long as they're not marked for demolition at least. But that's one of the caveats of sort of manually harvesting the forest like this. If it rains, or if enough time passes, I believe too, the trees regrow, and that gets people stuck. That means that buildings are more likely to be targeted by enemies that get locked in because the building is in the way. Just a bunch of stuff that cascades together to one huge pile of bullshit. I totally did this to myself though. Albeit barely unwillingly, I did still cause this whole situation. Scratchy forehead. Screw you, Sambo. And all our golems are like fully upgraded, so that's another nice thing. And one less thing to worry about, more importantly, I guess. Now, because of this whole unplanned corruption reemergence, does kind of mean that we're a bit behind in terms of upgrading our village. Wait, did I ever even make trash process? Oh, this down here. Okay. They're down there. Looking around for any buildings that also otherwise need upgrades, just to make life a little bit easier for villagers. Hopefully. Because although this is going pretty well, it's still very slow compared to what I was hoping. Dehydration, really. Oh, I guess we don't really have water bottles, huh? Let's get some things marked here. A water purifier 1 and 2. And then let's do some bottlers. Just where do we want to do them? Because we want to do them, put them down close to where the water is being processed. And the unfortunate thing is that I kind of want these bottlers further down where the first row of water purifiers are, and then have the water purifiers closer to the water. But this is just how it's going to be, because it's too risky to try and revert that at the moment. Build that sucker. Yeah, build limit is already like looking fairly worn out. Yeah, this whole forest situation is going to be such a pain in the ass because I have no, like, idea where, like, corruption might potentially be located at anymore. And that's, as you saw, is all it takes for corruption to proliferate. It's that one tile that you just don't notice until it's too late. Kind of why I hope at some point we'll be able to like get some kind of better overview of whether or not corruption tiles are being blocked, because I don't even think, because the corruption resistance thing doesn't even show you where corruption is located at, which makes sense, I guess. But there's no way to like no data view for corruption, oddly enough. I know you can see the terrain, but there's a lot of cases where you just don't. Like around here, the only way you know there's corruption is technically by the particle effects emanating from it, or if there's like, you know, the whole screen goes darker when you're in corrupted area, or if you hear that sound that, or finally there's also just those sort of more, I don't even know, like those clouds or whatever, foggy things, particles that go over the corrupted areas. Those are the only indicators on whether or not an area is corrupted or not. And that's just not good enough. At least not in my opinion. Oh no, my worst enemy at the moment, rain. It's also why I'm going around marking those manually harvested trees, if you can call it that, so that they get completely removed. Because if I don't, this entire thing's just gonna grow back. Or a good part of it, at least. Probably not all of it. Might be a bit of an exaggeration after all. I don't really care about. Slime sitting in there. Okay, light. Don't care. Definitely dipped into our wood supply. Just taking a look at how much we have in storage right now. It's very low, actually. Oh, right. Wait. Just not a single one? Really? That's probably because they're out of wood. I was like, why is there no bottlers on this list? Submit to the darkness. You know that only happens when people follow me on Twitch. I don't know, did I show you the one for when someone is hosting me? I think you would like it. I can show it later on the Discord if you're still around. Probably won't be too long. I can see the stream raiders has like a 2-minute timer left on it, so I'll wait that out. Give me a bit more opportunities to like clean up this fucking mess. This very annoying, stupid, dumb mess down here. Well, I guess it does at least make for a good demonstration on how to deal with a rampant corruption that you kind of accidentally lost track of. Maybe of that knowledge, what do you have a meeting at the morning, you'll go to bed at 1. Okay. Well, I guess we'll have like 30 minutes then at most. Or still have 30 minutes then at least. The monsters seem restless. Ground is angry. What did I ever do to you, Ground? As far as I'm aware, I don't think I've ever witnessed an earthquake completely destroy a building, especially not if it's fully upgraded. So I'm not too worried about those. They're just minor nuisances. Swoop. Yeah, this whole fragmented corruption bullshit is definitely annoying. Oh well. That is Rise to Runes for today. Let's do some stream raiders real quick. I like those sounds in the background though. Epic chaos. How is it epic when it's basically every enemy on the map? Or is that just me being weird? Okie dokie. Who gets those scrolls? Greg, you get some rogue scrolls. I hope you can make use of those. And that's it for streamers. Look at my PPL. Your people. Oh, god damn it. You need to write that well in advance of yourself. Because streams have delays, you know. Do you know the way? I know the way. Okay, let's quickly finish off Rise to Ruins though. Hire 25 Khajiit in Springland. Will we ever get around to do that? Possibly, because we need to migrate away from Springland to 2 other places. Quiet Forest and Gateway, so we'll keep that one. We can do this one next stream. Enchanted Shoreline, just grab 60 random resources. Send Courier Golems to Springland. Okay. I guess we can do that from Narrow Path to Springland. Because it's just 5 Courier Golems, that's nothing. Crystally Trash and Sandy South though. No. Let's just clean up on this already. Harvest 400 wood, any region, easy. Coast Bridge, level up a bunch of people, easy. And then let's finally open up that perk box and see what's inside. Ooh, that's actually really good. 1 stone golem capacity increase. Stone golems are really nice, after all, and we use golems, so we like to see that. Anyways, that's kind of what I had planned in terms of streaming for today. But let's see if we can find... Tumbling Satellite is streaming Factorial. Not surprised. Nah. I don't quite know if... I don't think we will raid anyone today. We'll just skip that. And then just call it here. So thanks for watching everyone, and if you're watching this on the VOD or if you're lurking or whatever, do give me a follow on Twitch. That way you can see more content, of course. And if not, then at least I hope I'll see you all, or not see you all eventually, those that I don't see. Because I don't keep too much